Minds in fantasy sports and gaming putting their projections to the test.
This should be the year that Acuna's the MVP of the National League.
That ball is gone for Ronald Acuna.
This is the Fantasy Baseball Experts Draft on Fantasy Sports Radio. Here are your hosts, Howard Bender from Fantasy Alarm, Kyle Elfrink, Ray Flowers, and former Major League Baseball General Manager Steve Phillips.
Welcome in, everybody. That's right. It is time once again for the Fantasy Sports and Gaming Association's inaugural fantasy baseball drafts. This past week on Monday, we had the Champions League. Today, it is the Experts League. That's right. We've got another 14-team, 5x5, standard rotisserie style, 29-round fantasy baseball draft coming your way. I'm Howard Bender, as you heard, with me, Kyle Elfrink, Ray Flowers, and that's right, GM Steve Phillips. We got a lot of ground to cover here so far. I'll give you the quick specs, and then we'll bring in the rest of the panel to talk about what we can expect from today. Again, it's 14 teams, mixed, 5x5, standard rotisserie categories, batting average, home runs, RBI, stolen bases, runs scored. On the pitching side, wins, ERA, whip, strikeouts, and saves. There is a minimum of 3,500 at-bats and 900 innings pitched. 29-man rosters. That's right. It's 2 catchers, 1 at every position with a corner, a middle, 5 outfielders, a utility spot, and, of course, 9 pitchers. Eligibility, very quick and simple. Player may be drafted at any position in which he played 7 games or more during the 2020 season. If a player did not play 7 games at any position, he can be drafted at the position he played the most games at in the 2020 season. The old Shohei Ohtani debate, well, he can be used as either a pitcher or a hitter, but this is weekly roster moves, and that means that you have to declare at the start of the week whether you want Ohtani as a hitter or a pitcher. That's the way it looks right there. Let me give you a quick rundown in order of our participants. Picking number 1 overall from ESPN, Eric Karabell. At 2 in the Champions round, Chase Payne and Jason Gold. Representing Owner's Box, you've got Avery Chenier and Jeremy Roach. Monkey Knife Fight coming in at the 4th spot, Nick Sulsky and Eric Ferreira. NBC Sports Edge, Matthew Pouliot and Ryan Boyer. U.S. Integrity comes in at the 6th spot. Steve Pastorino and Austin Lucky will be representing U.S. Integrity. From FanDuel, Brian Huss. From My FFPC, Mike Petropoulos. From Fanjections, Ryan Hallam. From SCA Promotions at the 10th spot, Reagan Rector. And from Sport Radar at 11, Brandon Warren. 12, Rotoballer representing the King, Scott Engel. From Fantasy Alarm, my man, Andy Spiteri. He'll be picking 13th. And then, of course, they're at the final spot, 14th on the wheel, representing SiriusXM. You also know him from the Fantasy Alarm family, GM Jim Bowden. I'll turn right away to the panel here. Steve Phillips, GM, you and Jim Bowden have gone head-to-head with each other in real life. I assume that you guys have played in some fantasy leagues together. The difference in wearing the GM hat in reality and GM in fantasy.
Yeah, I got to tell you that it's, I mean, you're putting teams together in real baseball, and a lot of times, makeup and character matter. Roster configuration matters in some ways, and it does here, but not so much in how you're going to go about doing it, because the middle innings of relief matter when you're putting a team together. Not so much here in fantasy. But when I see Jim Bowden in a thing, and here's the thing, I dominate Jim in every fantasy league we play in together. I'm just saying that because I don't think he can rebut that right now. And yet he would be the guy that would call me in the middle of the night, leave me a voicemail message. I come in the next morning, it would be, hey, Steve, Jim Bowden. I'm going to make you executive of the year. Executive of the year. You give me Piazza, I give you Lenny Harris. But Jim is outstanding in fantasy. He was an outstanding Major League general manager for a lot of years. And it's been fun going up against him, and going to look forward to watching him in this draft today.
Always great to sit and watch Jim as well. I partner up with him on the Fantasy Alarm Show and we've gone back and forth. So I'm excited to see what he does here. Just did a mock draft with him the other night. Very intriguing strategy that he employed, something he never does, and that was a pitching-heavy strategy. And, I'll turn to you, Ray, because now you were in Monday's draft, the Champions League draft. You also took part in the Labor 15-team mixed draft as well. And in looking at both your teams, 4 hitters, 2 pitchers was your blueprint. And the question is that, if you heard the broadcast on Monday, Lenny Melnick pounding the drum for pitching. And this seems to be a year where a lot of people are panicking about how many innings starters are actually going to throw. Your take here, what do you think you're going to see? More everybody's all in on the pitching, or will more follow your blueprint?
I think more should follow my blueprint, Howard. I know they won't. I know you.
They never have, Ray, and they haven't regretted
thanks,
it
Kyle.
yet.
Yeah, appreciate that. No, I think that really that when you look at the landscape this year, there is the uncertainty for the workloads for everybody. There is the assumption that, Bieber and Cole and those kind of guys throw 200 innings. I don't know if that's accurate or not. I do have the belief that there will be a lot of meeting in the middle. A lot of the young guys didn't pitch last year. That'll affect, how many innings they'll probably be allowed to throw this year. We've got guys coming back from injury. It's not as important as it once was. I look more of the middle. In the old days, we would say, hey, we want our pitchers to throw 180 innings, and that's where they needed to be. Now it's probably 150. And when you drop the number down to that point, you can start talking about guys that are coming back from injuries, guys that are youngsters that could still compete. And, when you talk about the workload, and everyone's searching for that, Howard, in particular, that draft we had the other night, I took Lance Lynn and Zach Greinke. And if those two guys aren't top 20 in the league in innings pitched, both of them this year, there's something that's gone horribly wrong. So I think you can still wait a little bit and still get those innings.
It definitely makes sense. I, too, did the exact same thing as you. I waited on the starting pitching, felt comfortable as well with that. I think there's definitely panic in the streets when it comes to that. And if we can quote a TV show, Orange is the New Black, 180 is the new 200 when it comes to innings right now in fantasy. Kyle Elfrink, let's bring you in for more than just a couple of wisecracks at Ray's expense. And talk to me here. What do you think? One of the biggest takeaways that you saw from Monday's draft that you're looking to see if it spins on its head and goes a 180 this time?
Well, obviously, it would be which Will Smith is going to be selected first. Will it be the Dodgers catcher or the Braves reliever? No, that's of little interest, I think, to most. But I think one item that I was following Monday, and I think I'll be following here again on Thursday, is seeing last year's bum. Where does last year's bum go? Because we've always had that in fantasy baseball, but it's usually based off 160 games. That guy sucked for 6 months. Last year, the bums were bad for 2 months. So, Javi Baez, is he really that bad? Jose Altuve, is he really done? You look at Shohei Ohtani. He couldn't throw the ball. He didn't hit the ball much either. Somebody like Chris Paddock. 12 months ago, Chris Paddock is being fitted for a Cy Young outfit. That guy's going to win it. He's going to be dominant for San Diego. Now here we are 12 months later, and you're looking at maybe the Padres' 5th starter, and you're looking at the other day, he goes like the end of the 7th round. So I think this whole guesstimation over what you can draw from the 60 games last year is something that everybody has to answer for themselves. I do believe on the surface that a lot of these guys who did struggle last year are coming as bargains this year. I think they're a lot better of a buy after a 60-game fall down than they would be after a 162. So I may not love Altuve, but I think he's kind of a bargain right now early in the 7th round if you're getting him there.
Yeah, I love what Kyle said, but I think the thing that really got me, the Cy Young outfit. Like, what is that? Is it a polyester suit? Like, is it a leisure suit? What does that look? Is it the green jacket like in the Masters? What is that Cy Young outfit look like?
It's gold. It's
gold.
And,
like the Midas Man.
It comes fitted. A button. Nice. It's a 3-piece. It's very fashionable.
It's also made out of corduroy, right?
Yeah, no, corduroy. No. It's very leisure suitish, I think.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Well, there you go. Well, maybe George Costanza will push for that to be made in cotton, and then we can all be relishing in what these guys look like after a couple of washes and wears. Guys, we've got the next 4 hours here for you doing this draft. Again, 14 teams, 29 rounds. If you want to take a look at the board, well, we've got a couple of different ways you can check it out. Over at rtsports.com/FSGA National, all one word, FSGA FSGA National. You can look at the board there. You can also go to @SiriusXM Fantasy on the old Twitter machine because, yes, that's right, courtesy of Fantasy Alarm and the FSGA, we are live streaming this production here. You can see my handsome mug alongside these three clowns that I'm sitting next to, along with a live draft board. So we'll take a quick time out here, get ourselves primed and ready. Eric Carabell officially on the clock for the number one pick. Is it going to be Ronald Acuna, or does pitching push even a Jacob deGrom even further up? Find out when we return. It's the FSGA Fantasy Baseball Experts Draft here on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Real clear.
Now you talk about that outfit, Steve. That's the one thing baseball has fallen behind the time. Like the NBA, I've noticed that the NBA and their outfits and what they wear to the stadium is like more important than the game nowadays.
Yeah, you've got to wear the capri pants and the fake glasses with just real glass but no prescription in it. That's the look that you have to go with now.
It makes me look really smart when I'm on camera.
I would like to recognize that I'm the only host with a collared shirt on today as well. Thank you very much.
Wow. You must be a TV guy.
Yeah. Well, executive. I am a stuffed shirt. So I put on my stuffed shirt for the day.
I'm the only person with the jersey on. Got my Giants jersey on. So
no, that represents. That's
I tried.
Legit.
Yeah, I could run upstairs right now, Ray, and grab my Brian Jordan St. Louis Cardinals.
Oh,
Wow.
nice.
Wow.
Where's your Ray Langford? Is it
There aren't many of those floating around, Brian Jordans.
Yeah.
Am I the only one wearing a fish T-shirt?
Yeah, I
I think
you
so.
are.
Really?
I think so, yeah.
I'll tell you what, my
So
son
weird.
might be wearing one today. He loves fish.
Oh, yeah? I've probably hung out with him on the show.
Huge fish guy, yeah.
Where's he based at?
He's in Boston.
He's in Boston. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's in Boston. Yeah.
Oh. Well, as soon as they come back, you can connect them with me. We'll set them up. That's gonna be the most impossible ticket to get as soon as they
probably
come back.
so, right? Yeah.
It's crazy.
He loves fish, boy. It's amazing how he loves them. Anytime they're in this area. He goes New Year's Eve to the garden every year.
Mm-hmm. Every year.
Yeah.
I run a fantasy football league with a lot of the guys from Jam On, and Fish's old tour manager and their lighting designer are friends of mine. So they're in the league right now also.
Huh.
Good dudes.
Draft went rogue.
Mookie, Soto, Acuna, Tatis. Right off the bat.
Man, getting Acuna as the third pick? Can't hate that.
Wow.
Trout still on the board.
He fell to me
There's
at 3 in the labor draft, too.
Acuna?
Oh, that's right. We're live stream for everybody.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting sometimes, and I'm the one who told you guys. Hey, make sure.
30.
Well, there you
I
go.
get
You
to
hear
what
it
I
here
said so
first.
far.
The draft
No,
never stops here.
Sitting here talking about fish, outfits.
Wow, Yelich.
Back at 10.
Didn't you, Ray?
What was that?
Stand by.
Mike Trout has long been the no-doubt number one pick in fantasy baseball drafts. But will we see a new top dog for 2021? Find out now on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Welcome back in, everybody. It's the Fantasy Sports and Gaming Association Experts Fantasy Baseball Draft. I'm Howard Bender. By my side, Steve Phillips, Ray Flowers, Kyle Elfrink. And we are underway here for the Experts Draft. You can catch the live stream at SiriusXM Fantasy on Twitter. It also happens to be at the SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio's Facebook page if you'd like to check that out. And the big question was, will it be Acuna? Will pitching rear its ugly head too early in this draft? And I'll go to Steve Phillips here. Immediately turned upside down. Eric Karabell of ESPN. He bypasses both Acuna, Tatis. He bypasses Jacob deGrom. He comes in with the Mookie Betts #1 overall. How's that feel?
Yeah, I mean, it's not where I would have gone. I mean, I look at Acuna Jr. and think he's a 40-40 guy. Has a shot at that. Where Mookie Betts, I think, is a 30-30 guy. I would take Acuna over Betts, but I mean, listen, you're not going to have a bad team if you have Mookie Betts there. I'm just surprised he went to Betts over Acuna early on.
Definitely surprising. Betts goes #1. Then the guys from Champions Round take Juan Soto at #2. Another sort of a shocking pick there, Ray. Again, we talk about stolen bases and how important they are. As Steve said, Acuna 40-40 potential. Does it surprise you that Juan Soto goes #2? Are you buying into his request to Dave Martinez that he'd like to steal more bases?
Yeah, I said he'd like to steal more bases. Apparently he trained differently in order to make that a reality. He can look around the landscape. He knows where his bat rests with everyone else, and he knows that component of the speed game is kind of what's holding him back in some people's estimation from the other players. I look at his bat, and I mean, it's looked like Mike Trout. It's looked like Albert Pujols. It's looked like Miguel Cabrera. It's been that good, obviously, from the other side, but it's been that good. If he can add 15-plus steals and keep the offensive game where he has had it, it can easily be a scenario where he ends up as the #1 guy. And I don't ever see anyone take him one, but I have no problem if someone did.
There you go. So you got Betts first, Soto second, Acuna goes third, Fernando Tatis goes to the guys at Monkey Knife Fight. And then the folks over at NBC Sports Edge, Kyle, they take Jacob deGrom over the possibility of Mike Trout. An indictment on the lack of stolen bases from Mike Trout, or is it more about the pitching?
I think it's more about the pitching. I think if you're taking deGrom there at the #5 spot, like he was selected, you came in saying, I'm going to go with a pitcher at 5. That's how I see it. No matter who maybe falls to me, unless it could have been Acuna sitting there at 5, then you maybe alter your plan. But I would guess when you take him at 5 there, you say, we want to have some pitching to start things off. So deGrom or Cole, that's kind of the big battle, just like we have on the hitting side with Betts, Soto, Acuna, or Tatis. It's deGrom or Cole here. What's interesting is you see deGrom go early, and no one's going to dispute that. I mean, he's a hell of a pitcher. He's been doing it now for 3 or 4 years. But you actually see Shane Bieber go before Garrett Cole. So that is quite different from what we've seen in a lot of drafts. I think in almost all drafts out there, most often Cole is going first, then deGrom, and then you see a bit of a break until Bieber. Here today, we see deGrom and then Bieber before we see Cole.
And I think it's interesting, just going back for a second, I want to get your thoughts here, Steve, if you could share them, because you look at the ADP, and Ronald Acuna is #1 in ADP. In this draft, he doesn't go #1, right? We're talking about it right now. In the labor draft that we had about a week ago, he didn't go #1 there either. He's gone third in 2 of the 3 main drafts we've had here on the channel. Third, not first. What are your thoughts on that? Everyone, again, the public, Acuna's 1. In some of these drafts here on the channel, we're seeing him drop to #3.
I think that the thought that you could have on this, and Juan Soto being as high as he is in this draft at #2, the thing about Soto is predictability. Like, I know what he's going to be. And, Mookie Betts, for me, has actually had some peaks and valleys in his career where he's had some years that are better than others. For Acuna, I get that maybe he's a little looser with it. The plate discipline not there, and sometimes he's going to chase a little bit more. They can get himself out a little bit more. I just think on a lineup right now, bringing back Marcell Ozuna with Freddie Freeman there, and Freeman's not going to have the same year this year as he had last year, but he's still going to be one of the upper-end offensive performers. I don't know. To me, I think you've got to go with the stolen base and power, that unique combination. There's a reason why Trey Turner goes as early as he does, because even with the stolen bases, he has power that comes with it. Yelich going 8th overall here, to me, is a little surprised where there's some forgiveness for last year, but he also is that guy that delivers power and speed. And early on, that seems where they're going, except for Soto, except for deGrom, and then obviously Mike Trout is part of that mix as well.
So the top 6 stay the same. They go into a different order here. After deGrom went 5th, Trout 6th. And then you're looking at it. Trey Turner, Christian Yelich, Shane Bieber, Trevor Story, Garrett Cole, Jose Ramirez, Walker Buehler, and then Jim Bowden on the turn here. Leads with Freddie Freeman, comes back around for Francisco Lindor. So once again, another 4 starting pitchers there across the top. With Jim coming in as the 2 bats there, Him, Reagan Rector of SCA, Brian Huss from FanDuel, and Steve Pastorino and Austin Lucky from U.S. Integrity. They're all hitting the batters first here. Any surprises that we're looking at so far right now? Do we see Trevor Story going up above Garrett Cole or Walker Buehler sneaking into that first round, Steve?
I think that as Kyle had alluded to, the fact that Cole went behind Bieber is interesting. And I think that it comes down to the decision of what are you going to do with pitching. And so Story coming in front of Cole, that's about a decision to be made, right? That I'm going to go with offense now, even if Cole's there. And I got to believe there's that thought of, boy, Cole dropped all the way to 10 there with me. Bieber went, maybe I can get him. But I would have gone with Story there too. I would take the offense, and then, for Jim Bowden, I like the two offensive players right there. To get Freeman as consistent as it is, then to come back with Lindor, with the Mets, bounce back season, new environment, the real potential of a bounce back with it. I thought those were the direction that I would go with those two picks as well.
Well, and to follow up what Steve is saying there, we have 4 pitchers, as you noted, Howard, but the names are slightly different from what we saw the other night. The other night, we saw Trevor Bauer at the end of this first round. Tonight, we see Walker Buehler into the first round. So that was one change. Also, Cody Bellinger ends up going early in the second round tonight. He went near the tail end of round 1. So the only 2 changes that we had with the first 14 picks in this first round were Freeman and Buehler in and Bellinger and Bauer out. Now, I think you can sit there with Bellinger and Freeman and, say peas in the pod. What do you prefer? What do you kind of get? I think they're very similar players. The Bauer versus Buehler thing for me, Ray, it's pretty simple. I mean, give me Walker Buehler. And I was surprised the other night when we saw Bauer go in the first round. And if you look at this draft this evening, look at the fall for Trevor Bauer compared to the other night. I mean, Trevor Bauer goes 14th on Monday, and here he is sitting at like number 24, 25 here this evening. That is a very significant difference of opinion for guys that are selected in the first round to go 11 picks later in a draft 2 days later.
Yeah, I mean, Buehler is younger. There's more excitement, I think, of where he could end up. I think Bauer's already ended up where he could end up, and I think that's the issue with Bauer is he going to pull back? I think everything I've seen from everyone who's analyzed this says there's a pullback, at least in the ratio categories for Bauer. He throws innings. That's a huge advantage he has over Buehler, okay? But I look at Bauer, and he's had a year and a half in his career where he's been great. The rest of the time, he's been a league average guy with a bunch of strikeouts. And, maybe the spin rates and all those things that he picked up, maybe that's legit. I know there's a wink. Maybe he's using pine tar. Maybe he's, some of the pitchers are doing that. Maybe that's part of the thing here. I just look at Bauer and the uncertainty that he brings from season to season for the duration of his career leads me to think that there's nothing wrong with taking Walker Buehler ahead of him.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't take Buehler that early, and I think Ray, you talked a little bit about it. How are teams going to manage pitchers this year? I think the older veteran guys, the Scherzers, even Cole, they're going to get the ball every 5th day. I really do believe that, and they're going to then manage them to see how they're feeling if they need to give them space. We know that when it comes to the Dodgers, they're going to spread them out. Buehler's not throwing. I don't think Buehler's going to throw 160 innings this year. That's how much I think they're going to take care with the depth of their pitching that they have. They're going to protect guys big time. Kershaw may get the ball more than others, but and David Price might get the ball a little bit more than others. Though with Zelbo, they may protect him. But I think they're going to really look to protect the entire rotation. The older guys will get a little more freedom. I think Buehler's going to be on a short leash.
Well, let me follow that up on Buehler. It's like, seriously, this is his 5th year in the majors. When are we just going to turn this guy loose? Why are we still sitting here and talking about, Walker Buehler? I don't dispute what you're saying, Steve, 160 innings, but that to me is embarrassing that a guy is in his 5th year in the big leagues and we're still not turning him loose. And here we are in a fantasy draft. He's going 13th overall, and he's got one season of more than 140 innings in those 5 years. It's remarkable. It really speaks to where we're at in 2021.
Yeah, and I think here's the thing. I think it's not going to be about protecting. It's going to be what the Dodgers have done is they think the best chance of winning is to be able to limit the work and keep guys fresh, hungry, and sharp. And so it's not that they don't think he could handle it. I think they're going to protect him so that they maximize everybody's individual performance.
Let me move into here the second round just to get everybody a little bit up to speed. This draft is actually flying by right now, so if you're watching it on the live stream, you see what's going on. In round 2, after Jim Bowden takes Francisco Lindor, it goes Cody Bellinger, Lucas Giolito, Alberto Mondesi, Manny Machado, Nolan Arenado, who goes significantly higher in this draft than he did in the last one. Yu Darvish, Bryce Harper, Xander Bogaerts, Eloy Jimenez, Trevor Bauer falls all the way down there. DJ LeMahieu, Max Scherzer, Bo Bichette. And then as we go into round 3, which has gone on again, we're seeing a lot more starting pitchers come off the board. So this draft actually focusing a little bit more on offense, Ray. You've got Eric Carabal, who's gone 3 rounds and hasn't touched a pitcher yet. Jim Bowden went 4 rounds now and hasn't touched a pitcher yet. In the draft on Monday, we saw 7 starting pitchers go in the second round to just 4 here, and then only 2 starters went in the third round, and now we're seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more here. But yet still, there's a stark difference in the amount of offense that's being drafted here to the starting pitching.
Yeah, every draft, and I say it all the time, we want to think it's rote, right? It's the same thing. It's not. Drafting is an art. It's not a science, it's an art, and you have to play the draft, you have to play the room, what other people are doing. I think it is interesting, as you pointed out, Howard, that Eric Carabal and Jim Bowden, who are on the ends, have gone the offensive approach early. It's very easy for them to make up ground quickly, right? Because they have back-to-back picks. So Eric could go 3 guys offense, double tap, starting pitching. Jim could go 4 guys on offense, double tap, starting pitching. So at the end, you have a little bit more freedom, I think, to wait on pitching than you do in the middle, where you're trying to guess where everyone's kind of going from round to round.
And one of the things that we've seen, though, I mean, listen, full 3 rounds have gone through. Rendon, Castillo, Flaherty, Bregman, Tucker, that leads off round 3. Nola, Kershaw, Lewis Robert, Ozzie Albies, Brandon Woodruff, JT Realmuto, first catcher off the board, and this one earlier than before, right? Let me, Kyle, you're beside yourself here. JT Realmuto in the 3rd round. You know, one of the things that we've talked about here, going between fantasy baseball and fantasy football, is that you draft a tight end early in fantasy football because there's a significant advantage to having Travis Kelce versus any other tight end. You don't really have that here with JT Realmuto. A bit of a reach here in the 3rd round for Sport Radar.
Well, let's start with the idea if he gives you a significant advantage. That's true, but you know what? That's a significant advantage at 1 of 29 spots on your roster. You know, whereas in fantasy football, it's a significant advantage at 1 of like 8 spots that you're playing. So it's extremely different, this idea of, oh, he's so much better than the rest of the field. Now, the other day, he goes in the middle of the 5th round. For me, that was early. Here he goes at the end of the 3rd round. That's even crazier. Now, it's a 2-catcher league, and I get that. But the other part about this is it goes, who is it? Brandon Warner of Sports Radar. This team can't afford to go JT Realmuto that early. They already went Garrett Cole in the 1st round, so you passed up on a great hitter in the 1st round, which is fine. That's fine. But make sure you get hitters after that. What happens? He goes to Alberto Mondesi, who may have like a 280 on-base percentage this year. You know, you don't follow up Cole with Alberto Mondesi. You got to get more of a bat like a Machado, like an Arenado, like a Bryce Harper. Then in the 3rd round, it's Realmuto. So I got a problem there. Then in the 4th round, it's Whit Merrifield, who's just a slightly lesser version, maybe even better version of Alberto Mondesi. This is a team that, to me, I don't hate all the players individually or dislike them. I'm not a Realmuto fan of the 3rd round, but to me, the collection of the 4 picks from Sports Radar, that's the problem I have.
Well, I mean, here's the other way to look at it is they get the strikeouts in Cole, and they get, the ace pitcher in innings with him. And then you wipe out stolen bases with the 2 guys that you pick up. So you at this point, you don't have to go back there. There's power to be found later in the draft. And I think with the catcher, it's always hard in a 2-catcher league to know when to go catcher because you think you could end up being naked at the end. So I get feeling like if you get Realmuto, you at least have some protection as you go. But now you better get some power in that lineup or you're going to have some problems.
You're going to have some problems here with batting average as well, because now we're talking about an aging Whit Merrifield, who is, I mean, he's 32 years old, and that's, the bat speed is
still
dropping.
He'll get 200 hits. He'll get 200 hits and steal 40 bases.
Right, but, when you're looking at the power that's coming up later on in the draft, you're also talking about saddling yourself with a 260 or a 250 average. So, while, you've got strikeouts from Cole, and, you've got stolen bases from Mondesi and Merrifield, are you really helping yourself out by loading up with a bunch of guys who can hit you 20 home runs, but they're going to bat 260?
Howard, I wasn't defending. I was just trying to play
You
the
were
other
defending
side.
it, Steve. I heard you.
I was trying to be fair and at least defend some logic that may not be my logic. Man, not Jim Bowden told me about you, Howard. Jim told me he told me to be aware. Be careful.
That's all right. He told me the same thing with you when it came to trading in fantasy baseball. So listen, we're even. We're dead even.
I love it.
All right,
and there
we've
goes
got
by Carabao with an ESPN Lance Lynn off the board, huh?
Lance Lynn off the board. Now here's the question. I'll go to Ray on this one here, and then Kyle, I'm curious as to your follow-up because I know you and Ray have been working together for as long as you have. Ray, stuff like this kind of drives you nuts. When you start seeing people reach for the starting pitching, it pushes up that third and fourth tier in ADP. And then all of a sudden now I'm looking at Lance Lynn as a fourth rounder. In a month's time when people are doing their fantasy drafts, is Lance Lynn going to creep into the third round? And are we really doing ourselves a disservice by focusing so heavily on the pitching?
It's a great question. And Eric, by the way, then took Carlos Carrasco with his next pick, doing what we suggested he might at the end, the 3 hitters and then the 2 pitchers. You have to, in experts leagues, right? In football, we wait on quarterbacks, and people look at the drafts and they think to themselves, how the hell are these guys getting these quarterbacks so late? I think in baseball, we take pitching earlier than sometimes the general population does. So it's almost a back and forth. Football we wait, baseball we push. And it is fair to suggest what's occurring in these early drafts, the experts draft, is that going to change ADP? Again, I think it's a function of your draft. I think it's a function of your plan. Something that we talked about at the top of the show when I waited. I took Lance Lynn in the 5th round. Did he go in the 4th round here because, Eric Carabell thought he was better? Did he make the decision, rightly so, suggesting that he's not going to fall, another 28 picks back to him? When you're on the end, sometimes you have to push ADP a little bit because you don't have the opportunity to get a guy in the middle of the round, and maybe that's what Eric did here.
And to follow up on what Ray's talking about with pitching, if you look, again, I keep referencing the draft from the other night because, again, it's a great reference. It's the same exact league, 14 teams, 5x5. All the parameters are the same. And if you look at the first 3 rounds on Monday night, when those 3 rounds were completed, 5 of the 14 teams already had 2 pitchers. You look at it tonight, and it's, 2 of the teams had 2 pitchers at the end of the 3 rounds? So it is being played a little slower. Now, things have really picked up in this 4th round. We see Galen, we see Snell, Maeda, Glasnow, Lynn, Carrasco, Hader, and Burns start us off in the 5th round. So everybody's catching up, but it was a little slower at the very front. But I think when it's all said and done, we're going to get to about the end of the 6th tonight, the end of the 7th. And I bet the pitching looks very similar to the other night in terms of the numbers that have gone off the board, just in slightly different places, in different orders, if you will.
We will definitely have to take a look at that. There is only one team. We're through 4 rounds, and there is only one team, Jim Bowden's, that doesn't have a starting pitcher. We saw a catcher in round 3, and where are the closers going to start rearing their ugly heads? We're going to talk about that when we return. You guys are listening to the Fantasy Sports and Gaming Association Experts Draft here on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Clear.
So I'm really interested in this 5th round pick now from, is it Warney or Warren? Do we know?
I think it's
Howard?
Warren.
Okay, Warren, yeah. I mean, you got to go like a crazy big bopper here.
I thought he was a Twins beat writer.
He was, yeah, for sure, he was. I
used to write with him at Fangraphs.
Yeah.
So you're telling me Nelson Cruz is coming here,
or he's going to go closer.
Yeah, closer. Yeah.
Well,
His closers
some people
start
shoot
to come
categories. Steve, you did a good job there, jumping in to kind of lay out the thought, as Kyle apparently didn't want to be kind.
I'm just saying, that's not a team I'd build.
That's not a direction I would do it either. But
I mean,
No, it's not.
I have no problem. I mean, Cole fell to him. I bet he had no thought that Cole would ever be there for him at number 10.
Mm-hmm.
And so when he was there, that probably changed things. He said, well, I got to go Cole. I'm getting this guy at a discount. So He goes that
it does
route.
Mess up how you think, right? It does.
And
when you start to think who's going to be there and you think where am I going to go next and you map it out and then the first pick doesn't go the way you think. And it's like, all right, now what do I do with my map?
Yeah, he may have, I think Trevor Story going at 9, with the whole trade rumors and stuff, he may have said, I'm going to get Story at 10 or Freeman at 10, and then Cole's there. And I got no problem with that. It's following it up with Mondesi, Realmuto, and Merrifield. I think that's where it falls apart for me.
Yeah, I don't think it's the wise move either. What is it? Tyson's comment: everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth, right? And all of a sudden you start seeing that. So, Hader over Hendricks. Talk about that. We'll hit the closer since they just jumped in over there.
In the first FSGA draft, there were 3 teams that went 1-2 with pitching, and as you said, none today.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Yeah, I think the final number was 5 teams with 2 pitchers at the end of 3 rounds the other night, and just 1 team here tonight.
Big difference.
Ray, I just made you a trade offer in the Dynasty League.
Shocked.
I did. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Here's another one of those wild things that, you're seriously that much
1 minute, guys.
60 games? Is all of a sudden, after 60 games last year, Kyle Tucker's going before Alex Bregman. It's like, yes.
Wow, yeah.
That's quite a switcheroo.
Power speed. Steve, I'm surprised it took you 90 seconds during the break to send that. You had 60 seconds. That was kind of the override.
Didn't you tell me, Steve, didn't you offer a deal that involved 15 players or something?
23 players, 14
23 players.
I kept looking at it thinking, I need to get it more even on the other side of it. And it took me a while to get, now when you're finishing a meal and you come out uneven, you got mashed potatoes left, but you don't have enough corn left. And you come out. I kept coming out uneven until I got to 23 players on the
14 for 9.
Yeah. Steve sent me a couple that were 8 to 10 area, but no, I never saw.
For the first time in years, Mike Trout was not the #1 overall pick in fantasy baseball drafts. Find out why right now on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio.
All right, welcome back in, everybody. It's the FSGA Experts Draft here. I'm Howard Bender. With me is GM Steve Phillips, Ray, Baseball Guys Flower, and Kyle, I'm not on Twitter, Elfrink. Cruising through this draft here. We are through 5 rounds right now. You guys can catch the draft board at rtsports.com/FSGA National. You can also go to @SiriusXM Fantasy on the old Twitter machine and check out the live stream. It's got the board right there in front of you. And here we go, Kyle. We're cruising through now in round 5, and 5 out of the first 6 picks, they all go pitching. 2 closers, 3 starters. We feel like that's what the pace is going to be here, and everything's going to catch up, like you said. And then, boom, right off the bat there, 7 out of the next 8 picks, all hitters except for Steven Strasburg. And right now we're looking at 2 teams. Oh, Jim Bowden still hasn't taken a pitcher yet.
No, Ray Flowers.
Jim Bowden still hasn't taken a pitcher yet. And Ray, that's got to be your Sunday night influence now on the GM corner, right?
Yeah, that 7 to 9 Eastern show on Sundays. We talked about it a lot. No, we didn't talk about it during the break, but Jim has talked about, that too. He thinks that there's a handful of guys at the top, and then there's a lot of parity thereafter. Be fascinating to see how he puts this together, because in these drafts where pitchers do go early, waiting 6 rounds before taking one, you sometimes play catch up.
Here's the thing. Ray taught me. I caught bad habits from Ray working with him for years, and then going into draft after that. So obviously Jim Bowden's caught this as well. It's contagious. He ends up going Conforto Moncada in rounds 5 and 6. Adding to what is a listen. He's got a potent lineup. There's no question about that. Freddie Freeman, Francisco Lindor, Corey Seager, Yohan Moncada, Michael Conforto, and Marcelo Zuna. He's got some thumpers. He's got some speed, and a few stolen bases mixed in there. But the pitching category now, he's going to have to run hard and try to make up some ground.
Well, and here's the point, too. There's 26 pitchers that have been selected. And again, we're going the other way away from Jim. So we've got another 17, 18 picks before we get back to Jim. He's probably looking at a pitcher well outside the top 30. I would guess 30 pitchers will be gone by the time Jim makes the pick. So the question, Ray, because this used to be what you did all the time, Ray. I know you don't do it much anymore, but this used to be your calling card. Okay, so you're looking at pitchers outside the top 30. If I'm looking at this board and I'm Jim Bowden, I'm hoping Ian Anderson is there when I come back. I'm hoping Zach Wheeler is there. I'm probably hoping for Zach Greinke. And I'm probably hoping for Jesus Luzardo. And the question is, will he get back? Because I think if you were able to double tap two of those names, like you went Ian Anderson and Zach Greinke, I think you can be happy with how things turned out then on your first two pitchers.
Well, look also here, though, because I like the names that you're throwing down there, Kyle, but as we're here in midway through the 6th round, you got to look at the other teams and still to come back for half of round 6 and all of round 7. We're looking at, who is it? Brandon Warren has Garrett Cole and no other pitchers. He went with that Nelson Cruz call, by the way, you guys. Congratulations on that mention there. But he's only got one starting pitcher. Ryan Hallam of Fanjections, he's only got one starting pitcher. And now we're looking at the guys from Monkey Knife Fight who are on the clock at the moment right now, only with Trevor Bauer. So those names that you're looking at as far as that tier goes for pitching, they're going to start sliding off the board.
Yeah, you cross your fingers when you're at the end of either side of the draft. This happens all the time. You're sitting at number 1 and you're waiting on the turn. You're sitting at number 14. You cross your fingers and you make risky moves just hoping that a few of your names come back. So that is what Jim's waiting for. I will note, you touched on Sports Radar, and I was pretty critical of the first 4 picks. To prove that all is not lost, they did exactly what I would have done in rounds 5 and 6. When you start your first 4 rounds the way he did, you have to go pure power in rounds 5 and 6. And what did he do? Luke Voit and Nelson Cruz. Now, I don't, those aren't guys that I'm particularly amped about this year, but Steve, they fill in exactly what he needs. So he knew, hey, coming out of round 4, I better get some pop. And Steve, he nailed it. Luke Voit, Nelson Cruz, both those guys could hit 40 home runs this year.
I mean, Luke Voit led baseball in home runs last year, and I don't suspect he's going to do it again this year. But both those guys, great offensive players on great teams. It seems clear he's going to probably have to go pitching for the next couple picks to start to make up some ground there, because if he keeps waiting on that, I know he has Cole, but if you keep waiting and go with 2 more hitters this time around, and then he's going to miss out on some of the power with batting average, and he's going to end up starting to, to suffer a little bit there. But I think they're okay with where they are right now. And when other people are going to start taking catchers, they'll be able to continue to start to add pitching or to add another power bat at a different position.
Yeah, sneak peek into the draft room right now. If you're looking at just off of RT Sports and their rankings, Dinelson Lamet, Zach Plesac, Kyle Hendricks, Jose Barrios, Ian Anderson, Zach Wheeler, all those guys still sitting here on the board. Zach Greinke, another one there as well. So there is definitely some pitching depth here as far as that goes. And we can probably move in towards seeing these guys building at least a decent pitching staff. Now, let me ask you guys all this one here, because this has been a highly contested question as well. How are you looking at, we've got guys who stunk last year, but they get a pass because it was a truncated season and they didn't get the proper spring training like they were supposed to. But then we got guys like Randy Arozarena, who looked fantastic last year and couldn't miss a pitch, in the playoffs last year. And suddenly he's here in round 6. He went round 5 on Monday's draft. So, how are you looking at the data from 2020? And I'll start with Ray on that.
Yeah, I don't think that there is an overarching answer, Howard, that I'm comfortable with. I think it's kind of on a case-by-case basis, which is very complicated for the listener, for the people playing the game. Talk about Arizona, the sample size is so small that, to me, the volatility quotient has to go up. If we're talking Christian Yelich, who we mentioned earlier in the draft going in the first round, the sample size with him is much larger. There's a tremendous amount of backing to suggest that what happened last year we should kind of write off. So I do think it has to be judged upon the talent of the player as well as their experience in previous levels of production, more so than something that I feel comfortable just saying everyone does this or everyone does that.
Steve, how do you take a look at that when everybody starts asking you about who's doing what and who can carry last year's momentum?
Yeah, I think it is case by case. And I look back to 2019 to try to give me some sense of momentum. That if a player's starting to decline in 2019 and then the 2020 60 games aren't great, then I've got a greater level of concern. If 2019 was great and 2020 just was, and the 60 games wasn't what it was, then I want to go dig a little bit more. What was his BABIP? What was the exit velocity? Was he barreling the baseball and had some unfortunate circumstances and balls that just didn't get played, to be able to get a clearer answer. I tend to believe in the back of the baseball card. And we had Josh Donaldson on today on MLB Network talking about last year and how for a player during a regular 162 game season, 100 at bats doesn't really mean much to them. They don't put any stock in it. But last year it became this big monster in their mind sometimes that impacted the numbers and performance, where you over try because you see what your batting average is. They don't worry about it this season. So I tend to want to trust the back of the baseball card unless there's a significant trend going in the negative direction.
And to follow up on that, I would look at most of the guys who struggled last year, and I think the at-large community is treating them fairly. Like, they know Javi Baez still has the ability to club 30 homers and, drive in 100 runs. They know Christian Yelich can still hit 35 home runs and steal 20 bases. I think the issue I've got is some of the guys who did really well in 60 games are maybe being vaulted up a bit too much. I was telling you guys this during the break. The fact that 60 games has suddenly made Kyle Tucker a better fantasy asset than Alex Bregman is wild to me. And I know that's not for everybody, but it is in this draft. Because you're seeing, I guess Bregman went a pick earlier than Kyle Tucker. I don't even think that should be a race right now. I'd much more be in on Bregman to rebound than to say, hey, what we saw in 60 games of Tucker last year is just the beginning. That's what he is. Because last year at this time, nobody wanted Kyle Tucker. No, nobody was saying, but 60 games really, I think, incorrectly vaulted him up the charts in fantasy.
We're halfway through round 7 here in the FSGA Experts Draft. In the second half of round 7, 2 teams only have one starter. Jim Bowden doesn't have a single pitcher. Let's see if we can't guess which one of those guys is going to be making their move first. Plus, Kyle Elfrink's big question at the top of the show, which Will Smith is coming off the board first? We've got our answer, and we'll give it to you when we return. It's Fantasy Sports and Gaming Association Experts Draft here on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Clerk. Hey. Oh, go ahead, Howard.
No. I was just going to comment on the fact that I almost said fantasy alarm again. But go ahead. What's up, Ray?
Steve, I know that we've talked to you in the past about Kyle Tucker, and you've been reluctant to be in.
Yeah.
Did anything change last year? We haven't talked this offseason about him.
Well, I will tell you that one of the things, the past generation of leadership with the Astros didn't like his approach. That they thought that he was distracted, that he didn't focus enough on preparation and everything else. And it may have sunk in. I know Dusty likes him a lot. We had a chance to talk to Dusty Baker the other day. Dusty really likes him. Look, it's one of those ones that you're hoping that he's going to turn into that power speed 30-30 guy. And so you draft him trying to get out in front of it. Now, because next year he may be an earlier round, he may be a first round pick if he ends up that 30-30 guy this year. So I think that he's going where people are trying to get out in front of it, thinking, I believe that he's going to become that based upon what we thought he was as a blue chip prospect coming up. Because he was an elite level prospect coming up, right? He was highly touted. And then it seemed to cool off a little bit, but he's coming to life. But they're taking him higher than I would take him to. I don't know that there's certain guys I always know somebody's going to take him before I do, and he's one of those guys.
Where do you stand on Alvarez? Out of curiosity, he's a guy that Jim has actually been really amped up about lately, and it's just kind of funny to see the team take Tucker and then Alvarez back to back.
I love Alvarez. I love him. I think he is, he is going to be a force. He's Willie McCovey. I mean, the plate discipline, and he touches the baseball and does damage. Question is, are his knees going to be healthy? Now, Bowden just took Zach Wheeler.
30 guys.
Who's his next pick here?
Oh, no, Engel took him. Took Wheeler.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah.
So Greinke, then Wheeler, right. All right. So
three of the guys I mentioned are gone, Anderson, Greinke, and Wheeler.
Right,
Yep.
Hendricks and Barrios before that. This is
what's going on with Dinelson Lamet? Did something happen since last year?
He came out the other day and said the doctors told him his arm would split in two if he'd thrown in October.
Right, but he's still not gone yet, which I think is interesting.
Yeah, there's his two pitchers.
All right, there's Lazard.
Coming up.
Runner goes, and this ball is hit high and deep to left. Going back on it, Peralta. This ball's gone. The second career home run for Will Smith. And the Dodgers jump on top 2-0.
This is the Fantasy Baseball Experts Draft, part of FSGA Draft Week on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Welcome back in, everybody. It's Fantasy Sports and Gaming Association Experts Draft. I'm Howard Bender. With me, Kyle Elfrink, Steve Phillips, Ray Flowers. And there you go, Kyle. The highlight reel screams Will Smith. You got the answer to which Will Smith gets drafted first. The guys over at Owner's Box take Will Smith, the catcher, in round 6. Bigger moment for you, that decisive moment on which Will Smith, or the fact that Jim Bowden has finally taken a starting pitcher?
I think I care a lot more about Jim finally getting the pitchers, although I will say they took the right Will Smith first.
Yeah,
so.
they were getting jiggy with it, right?
Yeah. Well, and Will Smith, to his credit, with the Dodgers.
Give me a little, listen, pop culture right there. I get a little credit for that.
Well, I mean, that's like 1998, Steve, but good effort. We appreciate the effort, if nothing else. We're already into Will Smith's kid as being the cool guy. It's no longer Will Smith. Will Smith, the catcher, though, for those who haven't looked and you're saying, okay, like seriously, under 100 games in his career, he's already got 23 homers. 91 games, 23 homers. So let's say you get 130 out of Will Smith this year. I mean, maybe a 20-homer season, and he can handle the bat with the batting average. If you can hit 270 and hit 20 homers as a catcher, you've almost become JT Realmuto overnight. So that's kind of what you're banking on with Will Smith.
Right. I love Will Smith. His plate discipline, Kyle, fantastic, right? He can work the count, doesn't swing at bad pitches, and you get the power and batting average production.
Mm-hmm. And then as for the pitchers, I know, Ray, you want to talk about this, but Jim got him. First two pitchers, round 7, round 8. Framel Valdez, a bit of a surprise, but we mentioned Jesus Luzardo. That was his second of the two pitchers he selected.
Yeah, and Greinke and Wheeler went just a couple of picks before him, and I'll be interested to see if Jim would have wanted either or both of those, because if I was waiting and my plan was to do what Jim did, those would have been two great guys for me, because we all know about Greinke. We've talked about him on the broadcast previously. Zach Wheeler is actually an innings eater. Never thought we'd say that with Zach Wheeler with the way his career started, but based upon the way the league has gone now, he is one of the best at racking up innings. I would have loved Greinke and Wheeler as the duo, though, of course, Valdez and Luzardo got a lot to recommend as well.
So I want to ask you this, Ray. If you were waiting for Greinke and Wheeler and you didn't get them, like Jim didn't, and you end up going Luzardo and Framber Valdez, so I like both of them, how upset are you right now? And does it make you feel like you've got to do something different the next time around?
Yeah, I would be a little upset because usually in these drafts, we tend to see the younger guys get drafted earlier. People play more of the upside game versus the game that's known. So Jim can play it one of two ways. If I was Jim, you can play it one of two ways. You can say, all right, I'm changing the initial strategy, and I'm going to go young pitchers here. I'm going all in, right? I waited. I'm going to go guys that I don't know if they're going to throw 130 innings or not. I'll take some risks on injured guys. I'll go that direction. Or you can flip it in the other direction and, say I'm going to look late to grab Madison Bumgarner, to grab Matthew Boyd, to grab those kind of guys that you can get innings out of. The quality of them, of course, is up in the air.
Well, I think, and that's going to be the biggest question there is, how deep can you go into pitching and build a legitimate staff? I think one of the things that a lot of people forget,
2 minutes.
You don't need to be dominant in all the pitching categories in order to win a fantasy baseball championship. You just need to finish middle of the pack or better in, I'd say 4 of those 5 categories in order to have it. So if your offense is really ticking up like the way Jim's looks, it's going to be a matter of, does he need to fill in with some of those innings eaters like like a Matthew Boyd, who, let's face it, you can't really trust the ratios there. So you don't want to get bombed with something like that, but we're going to see just what kind of a pitching staff you can actually build using that. So
and additionally, Jim may be thinking of going with some high ratio, big strikeout relievers. If we're working from the fact that starters are maybe 150 innings, and I'm looking at Valdez and Luzardo, and maybe that's 150 innings. Can a reliever, and maybe
1
you
minute.
get 3 or 4 of them, who go 50 innings this year but kill it, have a whip of 1, have an ERA of 2.8, striking out 12 per 9. Maybe those guys can make up where you used to have to invest in starting pitching. Maybe just invest in those 7th and 8th inning relievers to carry you to the finish line.
as long as you've got the number of innings to make up, 900 innings isn't a lot to make up. I've played in leagues in AL and NL only where it's still 1,200 and you can make that happen. So it's going to be very interesting. We are almost through 8 rounds here at the FSGA Experts Draft. Coming up at the top of the hour, I'll tell you what, let's go dual GM here in the booth. Let's bring Jim Bowden on to answer the question, what kind of a pitching staff is he thinking about building when we return? You guys are listening to the FSGA Experts Draft coverage here on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio. Stick around. We'll be right back.
All clear.
How does Byron Buxton manage an 8th round pick?
Yeah. Altuve 8th round. What a fall from grace
Correa
that is.
8th round.
I would have taken Altuve before I would have even thought about Buxton. Like, how many years do we have to go through with this guy before it's just and then he's
13.
gonna hit 1 year out of 10, and then
And
that
you're gonna be
person's
right.
gonna be like, "See,
I told you."
This is why you grab Byron Buxton in the 8th round."
We interviewed, today was Twins Day on MLB Network Radio, and I said to Derek Falvey, every year we say, this is the year for Byron Buxton. So go ahead, I'm going to tee you up. So tell me what you expect for Byron Buxton. And so he went on to his thing, and we interviewed Buxton, who's feeling great. Hit 13 home runs last year, by the way, in that short season. And he told us a story that his goal was to go to the University of Georgia and become like an orthopedic surgeon, a sports doctor. And I said to him, can you imagine? I would go to Dr. Byron Buxton. Like, that's the smartest doctor you're ever going to find right there.
Dr. Buxton.
Or either that or it's a soap opera star, right? Dr. Byron Buxton.
That's better than Cliff Huxtable.
Right?
Disappointing scores on his MCATs for 6 out of the 7 years, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eric Karabell piling on the pitching here. Through 9 rounds, 5 pitchers. He went reliever there in rounds 8 and 9. So yeah, that's an interesting strategy too. We have both guys on the ends, Eric and Jim, doing completely opposite things.
Well, yep. Hallam double tap pitchers there in the 7th and the 8th. Yeesh.
So Steve, Ray, me on the questions.
Steve, Ray, Kyle.
In just 1 round, right?
Just 1 each, yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Wow.
If you've got a 4th question,
yeah.
by all means,
Yeah.
just don't want to, hurt him while he's going to do his pick.
Yeah, right. Because we'll be coming up on him probably. You know what? We're going to probably creep up on him as we get close to this.
Hey, Steve.
Speak
Yeah.
slowly.
I asked you about Kyle Tucker previously. What about Lewis Robert? Similar kind of guys, taken pretty close together. Do you have a clear preference there? They're only 2 picks apart.
Robert's
in the draft
not.
tonight.
Robert for me is. I just worry a little bit about his approach right now. He chases a lot.
1 minute, guys.
Can't steal first base. I'm not sure he's going to be a batting average guy just yet in his career. He'll steal some, and he's going to hit some bombs.
2022 40.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mike Cameron.
Mike Cameron.
Yeah, a little bit. Two young third basemen going. Holm and Hayes. Brian Hayes.
Will Myers back in the good graces of fantasy players, too.
Yeah.
That's another guy who last year could get in like the 25th round.
I couldn't give him away in the Dynasty League last year.
Yeah. It's.
Now
I mean,
Bender keeps asking me for him.
That's what I'm getting at. Like guys who had a good 60 games, I feel like they're vaulting up like crazy if they had a good 60.
Stand by, guys.
Taking your fantasy experience to another level of entertainment by covering the game from all angles. Daily fantasy sports, prop bets, over-unders, and more.
Sometimes I get a good feeling. Yeah.
We're helping you grow your sports investments on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio. Should you really wait on pitching during your fantasy baseball draft? Or should you take a stud arm early and solidify your rotation? Hear how the best of the best build their teams right now during the 2021 FSGA Experts Draft, exclusively on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Welcome back to the FSGA Experts Draft. I'm Howard Bender. By my side, I've got Steve Phillips, Kyle Elfrink, and Ray Flowers. We are cruising through, almost done with 9 rounds of some serious fantasy action. The question, can you build a pitching staff without grabbing that ace early, brings us to our first guest, bringing him on in here. He's picking on the wheel today, representing Sirius XM. He's also my co-host on the Fantasy Alarm Show Monday through Friday, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern. You can also hear him on a new show with Ray Flowers every Sunday night from 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern, the GM's Corner. And let's bring in my man Jim Bowden. Jim, wow, what a start here. 6 rounds, no starting pitchers. You finally hit it at the end with a couple of starters. Was this the plan coming in?
You know, I think every draft gives you different options when it's your turn to pick, and you kind of let the draft come to you. As you know, I did a mock draft last night, of which I took 3 starting pitchers to start the draft in Cole, Buehler, and Kershaw, because that's what was there for me, and that fell to me. In this particular draft, one of the goals I had going in, a lot of high-risk players. In last night's draft, when I took 3 pitchers, I got a lot of high-risk bats after that. In a draft like this with experts, I want proven numbers. I don't want a lot of guessing. And when you look at my first 6 picks in terms of the hitters I took, there's only one of the 6 that has risk, and that's Yoan Moncada. But he's a guy that can hit 25, steal 25, and he's a guy that had COVID-19 last year, which is why he had his down year. But, when I get bats like Freeman and Lindor and Seager and Ozuna and Conforto, I don't really have to guess the production I'm going to get. And then the other thing is, can you get starting pitchers later? And, I kind of feel like in this draft that I could. I mean, they may not be as proven as people like, but when I look at the upside of the pitchers that I've gotten so far, and I've got 4 starting pitchers, when I look at the upside of Framber Valdez, Jesus Luzardo, Sixto Sanchez, and Lance McCullers, I feel like I got a chance to put up similar numbers than the people that drafted pitchers early. Now, it may not play out that way, but I would rather have low-risk hitters and then take a little risk with younger pitchers, which is what you have to do if you take that many position players early, and see if it works. So we'll see. But I'm happy with the draft. It's played out in a positive way for me.
Jim, I'm curious if you had gotten to the 7th and 8th round, you ended up with Framber Valdez and with Jesus Luzardo. Just before you selected, Zach Greinke and Zach Wheeler came off the board. Where were they in relation to your preferences? Would you have taken either of them if they were there instead of Valdez or Luzardo?
Yeah, I had Wheeler up. He was my next pick that I was going to take. Greinke worries me a little bit with decline. Didn't really like what I saw last year, and I feel like another year of age worries me. Whereas Valdez, I thought really came on at the end of the year. He got his walks down to 2 per 9. He's really figuring it out. He's left-handed. Great stuff. And I kind of feel like with Valdez and Luzardo, I got 2 of the best left-handed starters really in the entire American League right now, and was able to get them late only because, in my opinion, they haven't done it yet. But I think if they do it, I think they can. I think they'll be drafted a lot earlier a year from now.
Jim, loved the draft. You went full Ray Flowers. We were joking on the broadcast, waiting on the pitching. How are you going to handle the bullpen? Because now you've got those 4 starters. You mentioned the 6 guys at the top of the lineup for the offensive side of things. What are you thinking about when it comes to the bullpen?
Yeah, I'm not that guy. I always believe I can get saves on waivers later on. I don't want to overdraft it. I don't think the value is there for one category. I'm just not a fan of that one category. I think it's really hard to fill up the other 9 categories. So saves have always been 10th for me. When I looked at all the algorithms and the facts of how many closers turn over by June 1st, the number is just staggering. So that's something that it's kind of like the catching this year. If you don't get early or you don't get that next wave, those are 2 things that I'll wait on. And again, it really depends on what's on the board. Do I have much better options there? And I always take what's given to me. I'm not a big fan of reaching too much. I'd rather see what's in front of me and then try to get the best value I possibly can.
Jim, I look at that third-round selection of Corey Seager, and I see some of the names that went before him, and I scratch my head. I see Luis Robert before him, Real Muto as a catcher, Vlad Guerrero, Rafael Devers, who was down last year. I just looked it up. Seager was the 13th best hitter in fantasy baseball last year. You get him as the 29th hitter off the board. Why are people fading Corey Seager? Do you understand it at all?
I don't personally. I mean, especially because we all saw who was the LCS and World Series MVP, right? It wasn't Betts or Bellinger. It was Corey Seager. I love Seager. I think he's 330, 100, and I think he's steady, and he's going to give me those numbers. I think some people fade him because there's no stolen bases. At least with Robert, as you mentioned, he can give you 20-20, maybe 30-30. So I get that. I would have liked Robert as well. But, yeah, again, I wanted hitters that I didn't have to worry about. I didn't want a lot of risk here because I think it's really hard to win these leagues if you got a lot of risky guys. And I kind of feel like Seager, Lindor, Freeman, Ozuna, Conforto will bring that to the table.
That's the voice of GM Jim Bowden. Follow him on the old Twitter machine at Jim Bowden GM and hear more details about his draft on tomorrow's Fantasy Alarm Show, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern. Jim, thanks so much for joining us. Wishing you nothing but the best of luck in the rest of this draft. You're crushing it, baby. Makes us so happy.
Thanks, Howard. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, here we go, guys. We're halfway through round 10. And, one of the things that we were talking about on the live stream, and for those of you out there at SiriusXM Fantasy on the old Twitter machine, you can check out the live stream broadcast where when we go to commercial here on SiriusXM, we're still talking, we're still analyzing. Guys, one of the conversations that we had was about Byron Buxton. And Steve, you were talking to Falvey, you were talking to Buxton himself about the rise of what we're seeing right now. But let's talk about a couple of other guys who we also noticed that are rising up in the in draft boards right now. Will Myers, a guy who you said you couldn't trade to me on my best day last year. Why is Will Myers all of a sudden now an 8th round pick when last year he had an ADP that put him somewhere in the neighborhood of the 24th or 25th round?
Well, he did bounce back, and I think that he did show a much better season last year than what we've seen in the past, and I think that the power was there for him. I think you look at the stolen bases are still a possibility, and it's a great lineup. And so I think there's going to be that possibility for him to be able to impact with people around him to drive in runs. And so I think that's in part of what it is, because in the past he was a darling because he was that power speed combination that could play third base at one point. And that was a nice fit for you. But I think that there was that rejuvenation of him, the no batting gloves look and getting out there. I'm not completely sold that it's going to be the same this year. I think that it was a nice 60 games, but I think he's a guy that to me looks like physically the rigors of 162. He doesn't have the same level of energy later in the season. So I'll be looking to trade him to everybody at the All-Star break.
And, to follow up on Myers, it was a good year last year. It was an excellent run of 55 games. You know what? He had a 55-game run like that the year before. And yet, as you noted, Howard, you could still draft him in the 24th round. Like last year, his OPS at the end of the year is 959. I just looked it up. It wasn't it was a 45-game run in his awful 2019, and it was an 890 OPS. Did you hear people beating down the door to get Will Myers because of a great 45-game run? Yet this year, they seem to be beating his door down because he had a great 55 games. That's the issue. It references back to what I brought up last hour. I feel people are overrating the good 60-game runs. They're doing fine with the bad 60-game runs, but they're overrating those who had good 60-game seasons.
Okay, another guy who had a good 60-game season. Let's talk about Zach Plesac, Ray. Here's a guy now. He goes in the 8th round. I've seen him go a little bit higher than that even. If you say it's a case-by-case basis, and we're looking at Will Myers with his bounce back, is Zach Plesac a candidate for, let's say, a guy who waits on starting pitching like you? Would you build a rotation around a kid like Plesac?
I'm a little uncertain. I would not build a rotation around him. And given the cost that people are paying, he's not going to end up on my squads. And I think with him, we saw a dramatic change in performance from year 1 to year 2. And we didn't even get to 10 starts, if I'm not mistaken, right? There was the stuff off the field, too. And I don't know. When I think that the pieces are there for him to be successful. I think that he gets drafted where people are expecting him to expand upon what he did last season by tripling, quadrupling the workload. And I'm not there yet with him. I think he's a nice guy he's a nice 4th starter, but he ends up being drafted as a 3rd starter. That's why he's not going to end up on most of my teams.
All right. Steve, another guy we're looking around here. 2 guys, actually. Let's get your Scouts hat on. You've got the GM cap on. Let's talk about the hot corner, because you actually pointed out both these guys drafted in round 9. Alec Boehm of the Phillies, Ke'Bryan Hayes of Pittsburgh. Are these guys the next wave of power hitting third basemen who could end up creeping up draft boards with a hot spring?
Yeah, I think they're both legitimate players, and they're gonna grow in. Third base is such a deep position, but I think these 2 guys are for real. Now, I like Boehm offensively at this stage of his career more than Hayes. I know Hayes got off to a great start. I just think that 162 games, he just feels more like a baby growing into it a little bit, as opposed to Boehm, who feels a little bit like a little more mature player and approach at the plate. Ke'Bryan Hayes is going to be a tremendous player, but I don't mind where they're going right here, but I got to tell you, I think Boehm's the better play this year, but in the long run, I think Ke'Bryan Hayes may be the better player.
And let me add to that. Right now, if you look at both those third basemen, if you were to plot out a lineup for Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, both guys might be hitting second. What's the difference? Well, one guy has Andrew McCutchen, Bryce Harper, JT Realmuto, Rhys Hoskins all around him. The other guy has Adam Frazier, Colin Moran, and Brian Reynolds, who are not terrible players, but they don't strike fear in the hearts of anybody. So it's that lineup context, which is good for both. They probably bat in the upper end. But the rest of the lineup around him, the team context, way better for Alex Boehm than it is for Hayes.
One more guy creeping up draft boards, Ray, since you're wearing his jersey right now as we speak. Yeah, that's right. Representing your San Francisco Giants, former New York. Talk to me about Mike Yastrzemski. Late bloomer, had a lot of trouble cracking the major league lineup for years in San Francisco. Now he's an 8th rounder. Last year, he was a darling off the waiver wire.
Yeah, his numbers to date are fantastic. They certainly support that draft position. In fact, his numbers suggest he probably should be taken 4th, 5th round if we're just going based on that. Obviously, it's been split up over seasons. I think one of the big issues that we have to deal with when we're talking about the Giants is how is the ballpark going to play in 2021? There were some changes made to the park last year. They moved bullpens. They closed up the right field wall. There's questions about, the games were played in San Francisco later. They didn't get the colder weather earlier on. So the ballpark in San Francisco really looked like an offensive environment last year. Will it be that way this year? The Giants' offense actually last year was much better than people thought. It's a lot of mixing and matching, so not a lot of guys really starred, but overall it was a very good offense, actually. And Yastrzemski, to date, I think has surprised a lot of people, including myself. And I think he is, at that point of the draft, perfectly reasonable to be drafting.
All right. Almost through 11 rounds here, the FSGA Experts Draft. Take a quick timeout. When we come back, well, we talked to Jim Bowden on the wheel. How about we go to the opposite direction here? On the other side, Eric Karabell from ESPN building his team on the end a lot differently than Jim. We'll get Eric's thoughts and why he took Mookie Betts #1 overall when we return It's FSGA's Experts Draft on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Clear.
How do you feel about Leode Taveras from Texas? Is he gonna hit enough to steal? I mean, he went 10th round, end of the 10th, start of the 11th.
I mean, Tavares and Verdugo might hit 19 home runs together. That's got to get him somewhere else now.
I'll welcome Eric in, and instead of asking him if it was his plan the whole time, I'll just let you, Steve. I'll just say welcome in, and you can attack him from there.
You bet.
I want to talk to I got to talk to the King. Got to talk to Scotty Engel here because this team's got a lot of risk to it now with a Rosarina, Buxton, Dylan Moore, another pick for him.
Interesting on Dylan Moore too. Huh?
Yeah, where are we at with him? I mean, listen, if I'm playing him at second base, it might not be too terrible because he's got the eligibility there. But is he going to hit?
It's so funny now.
It's not a target
where
for
his
me.
at-bats coming? I mean, I like Ty France. I think Ty France is the guy that'll be ultimately the second baseman there. That kid can hit that they got from San Diego.
Oh,
and,
no Shed
the
Long?
young kids. Yeah, Shed's not going to play.
Come on. Man, you're so mean.
There's your answer, Howard. No,
he's not going to play.
He gone.
Shut up, Bender.
But you bring up, it's like, is he going to hit enough? Do any of these guys hit enough anymore? Like, you can hit 220 and play every day now.
Oh, please go back and watch some vintage footage from like the late 70s, early 80s when they got guys who are stepping up and like it's their late August at bat and they're batting 162.
Yeah,
I remember
they were
growing
a
up, I used to play-
shortstop hitting ninth.
I used to play micro league baseball when I was a kid. If anyone remembers that,
Yep, I remember that.
Yeah.
And you'd have the team, like you're saying, you'd have these teams where the shortstop's hitting 218, the second baseman's got 4 home runs. You're looking at the line. You're like, this team won the NL West, and they have 2 guys that hit 275. Like,
1 minute.
different game, man. Yeah.
But yeah, I was like, looking here. I just pulled them up again because I was looking at this about 2 months ago, and it's like Mark Bellinger, with the Orioles.
Mark,
the dude is finishing. He finished in the top 25 in MVP voting one year with a 225 average, and his OPS was 564. 564, and he got MVP votes.
You're a little young. It's Belanger.
Belanger. Okay. I am a little young. I'm so young that I would never give an MVP vote to a 564 OPS.
Yeah, hell, Johnny LeMaster beat that, I think.
Stand by.
Top of the order, Mookie Betts, first pitch with a fly ball to right field. Heading on back is Renfroe at the wall, and it's gone, a home run. Mookie Betts is doing merely everything. A home run, 2 stolen bases, couple of runs scored, and on the first pitch of the bottom of the 6th, he hits a home run to right.
Now back to the Fantasy Baseball Experts Draft on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio.
welcome back into the FSGA Experts Draft. I'm Howard Bender. With me, of course, Steve Phillips, Ray Flowers, Kyle Elfrink. And we're about midway through round 12 of the action today. We talked to Jim Bowden on the wheel and what his philosophy was. Well, let's talk about the other side of the draft. Let's bring in from ESPN Eric Karabell, who had the number 1 overall pick here, landing him one Mookie Betts. Eric, welcome in, man. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, guys. Good to talk to you.
You too, Eric. Listen, want to catch your thoughts on Mookie Betts, number 1 pick overall in the draft, and in many drafts. Obviously, Acuna is the guy who's sitting at the top of most ADP rankings. Why did you go Betts first overall?
I rank him first overall. I feel a little bit safer when it comes to batting average. Mookie over Acuna there. Acuna's strikeouts worry me just a little bit, but they worry me so much I have him ranked number 2. But I do have Mookie number 1. I think he's the safest guy off the board. I think he can be a 30-30 player if he wants to be. That said, I expect that Acuna could have a few more homers and a few more steals, but when it comes to security, feeling good about batting average and everything, Mookie's been doing this a really long time.
Eric, we talked earlier about, you went 3 hitters at the top, Betts, Bichette, Rendon. You then went pitching with Lynn and Carrasco. So this is a plan that I've enacted myself many times. I think it makes a lot of sense. Talk to us about the offense, though. I'm interested in the outfield. You did take Betts first overall. Then you went for Verdugo and Tavares. Obviously, there's reasons that you like those other 2 guys, but do you feel a little light there in the power department with those 2? How are you going to make that up?
Well, I'm trying to make it up, and I've got picks coming up here that I'm going to try to make them up. I mean, I still have my corner slots wide open. Rendon should hit for power. But you're right. There's some risk there. I seem to be doing this with my consecutive picks, either taking 2 closers, 2 outfielders, 2 hitters, something like that. So this will be 2 hitters here. I'm on deck. But I do think there's a lot of home run depth in this draft, and I feel like I'm on the clock now. I feel like I can get it a little bit later. So I wanted to make sure I got my stolen bases, which is why I took Leota Tavares there. I was a little bit concerned about that. But in terms of overall, the offense, I like what I've done so far. I've got 3 good starting pitchers I can count on. I got 2 closers I don't have to worry about. So that's working out okay. So I kind of like where I'm at so far. No real concerns. I mean, one of the guy I just drafted just now, I have concerns. That's Rhys Hoskins with his elbow. But at least I figured that's a 30-90 guy, just like Jared Walsh. So I just hopefully drafted 60 home runs right on the turn here.
Yeah, 12 and 13. Jared Walsh, Mr. September, and then Rhys Hoskins there in the 13th round. Eric Karabell is with us. And Eric, I was just looking at this draft board. You were one of the very few owners. I think there's only 3 other, maybe a total of 3 owners who have 2 closers at this point.
Yeah.
That is a position where everybody's sitting there and saying, well, there's like 3 or 4 guys I really like, and then it's kind of a mess with the rest of the closer field. You got Iglesias and Presley. Do you feel that it's a strategy to get 2 closers, to get 2 guys that you feel can combine for 60-plus saves this year?
My general strategy is to not overpay for one of the top closers, which is Hader, Hendricks, Araldis, and then also not put myself in a position where I'm hoping that Greg Holland gets me 25 saves or somebody on the Phillies. So that's basically what I'm thinking in this draft is I want to get 2 guys that are in like the 5 to 12 range, and now I don't have to deal with saves for another 10 rounds, 15 rounds, something like that. So Presley, Iglesias, Jansen, and Yates were all on the board. I decided to go with the guys that I trust the most there. Nothing against Yates and Jansen, but not so sure they're going to be closing out games in August and September. But the other guys I feel good about. So, yes, I got my 60 saves right away. I feel good about it. But if I don't get enough offense, it won't matter.
It's Eric Karabell from ESPN. Eric, we'll let you get back into the draft room, plot that second half of the draft strategy, and get yourself all loaded up. Wishing you nothing but the best. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
All right. Well, we're midway through round 13. At the tail end, while we were talking to Eric, one of the more polarizing players, and let's get our panel's opinions here. I'll start with Steve, and then we'll go Ray, and then Kyle after that. Your thoughts on Shohei Ohtani? Now, we have to remember, this is a weekly league with roster moves. This is not daily. You have to designate Ohtani as either a hitter or a pitcher at the start of your week. He's a guy who I tend to just shy away from because I don't want to deal with the aggravation, but that's just me. Steve, have you been an Ohtani owner in the last couple of seasons?
No, never. I won't touch him. I don't think the 2-player or the 2-position players work anymore. I mean, I don't know. I don't have any trust in him pitching right now. I know that he's got a great arm, but last year he couldn't find the strike zone. And then the question is, well, how do I use him? He's going to pitch. He's never going to be a 2-start pitcher in a week. Never. He's only going to make 1 start a week. That part we know. And then if he DHs, it's only going to be 3 or 4 days during the week that he's going to DH. And so I don't know. I don't get the full value out of him of being either a pitcher or a hitter. So I wouldn't touch him. I just think that he's too complicated, and he diminishes my pitching a bit and he diminishes my hitting a bit if I slot him in on each week.
Yeah, and I think that Steve's right. It's difficult to trust him to play two positions, right? It's difficult to trust him either. Kyle mentioned in the broadcast he struggled hitter last year. Steve just mentioned how he struggled as a pitcher. I look at it a little bit differently. I did draft him, I believe, Ohtani in the 9th or 10th round in the labor draft about a week ago. Pitching, I said this earlier on the broadcast, pitching is not in a place in 2021 for me where I'm expecting everyone to throw 180, 190 innings. So if I draft Ohtani and he can pitch to his talent and make 25 starts this year, I'm okay with taking him where he's going in drafts. Now, is he going to pitch to that level? We got a good report the other day. He was throwing 97. We had a bad report previously. He was throwing 90. Steve is totally right. He was all over the place last year before he got shut down. So there are certainly risks here. But with the way the pitching position is generally being viewed, if you can set him in your lineup once and you draft him just to expect him to pitch that one game a week, I think it can still pay off.
Let's play off that number you threw out there, Ray, 25 starts. And let's play with that and see what we've got. This is a player who, in 3 years stateside, has thrown a total of 53 innings. Now, of course, he missed an entire year with but again, 53 innings in 3 years here. Is it impossible? I kind of think it is for him to throw more than 120 this year. I think it is. I mean, I would almost...
I think it is, too. Yeah.
I think that's like full-blown max. So if you're doing 25 starts, and let's say I give you 120 innings, that's less than 5 innings a start. So I'm not really looking at this guy as a winner. You can't look at what we saw last year and feel good about the whip. He was all over the place. With it was only an inning, but he looked so bad they just yanked the cord. And then what Steve talks about with him taking days off on the front and the back and missing days here, you maybe get 100 games hitting, and then you've got the decision every week of, do I start him as a hitter, as a pitcher? I don't think it's a bad pick where he was selected here. I just think it's a headache I'm not interested in investing in. It's just, I want a player that I can feel like I know where he's going to be, I know how often he's going to play, and I know what he can give me. I think Ohtani 3 years later is still a mystery for fantasy players.
So 3 no's and a maybe, right, Ray? We put you down, slot you in as that maybe?
That'll work. Yeah, that'll work.
All right, so 3 no's and a maybe. It should be very interesting to see what the team from Owner's Box ends up doing with Shohei Ohtani. A couple of other, we've now completed 13 rounds. Jim Bowden, who went from no pitchers to 5 straight pitchers in Valdez, Luzardo, Sixto Sanchez, Lance McCullers Jr., Mike Soroka, has gone back to the well here for the hitting with Josh Donaldson, Austin Nola, and Andrew Benintendi. How about the change of scenery, guys? Andrew Benintendi, listen, the hype machine on him was ridiculous in Boston. And I don't know if that's just East Coast bias, if that's just the media hype that we see there. He did splash that 2020 at us. Does the move, Steve, to Kansas City, does that bring hope for maybe less pressure on him and more of what he could do?
Maybe. I'm not a big. Somebody will always take Andrew Benintendi before me. I thought when he first came up he'd be Fred Lynn, and then I've been disappointed since then that he's not been that player that I thought. Now people keep saying he's better than I give him credit for. Here's the thing: I would take Clint Frazier over him in a heartbeat. I would take AJ Pollock over him in a heartbeat. I think there's a lot of guys out there. I'm just not, I know, listen, JB loves Benintendi, and he does think the change of scenery is going to do him good. I'm not in the same camp. I just don't think he's the player we thought or hoped he would be.
Well, I'll jump in.
Let me
go ahead, Kyle.
Jump in real quick, though, first, Ray. I think getting away from that pressure is good for Benintendi, because one thing you've got to understand is left field in Boston comes with a whole slew of pressure, because that's the position of Ted Williams. That's the position of Yastrzemski, even like Jim Rice. Manny Ramirez was a left fielder there when he was with Boston. Hell, Mike Greenwell, throw him in there. He had a good run. There was a lot of pressure to be that next great left fielder. It was a good start. I think it's a perfect scenario to get him out of Boston, send him to a team like Kansas City. There is way less interest in Andrew Benintendi day after day in Kansas City than there ever was in Boston. I think it's an overall very positive move for him, and I think there is a rebound this year.
Yeah, and we're an hour and a half into this draft, and I think we've mentioned steals once, which is kind of odd. It's something that's always talked about, and while Benintendi's not a steals guy per se, I agree with Kyle. He goes to Kansas City. He can walk down the street. He's not going to get harassed. He'll just be go out there, kid, play your game. I think that the bat is good enough that he can hit 275. We've seen that previously. I think he can go 15-15, and maybe it's 12 home runs, maybe it's 22 steals, but I think he's in that 15 to 15 range with a very usable batting average. And I think you look at the cost in the 13th round, I'm in. To Steve's point, it's hard to envision him, living up to the prospect status that he had. Like, it's hard to see him hitting 310 and going 20-20. Like, it's really tough. So he's not necessarily an upside play. But when you start looking at the rounds being in the teens, somewhere around there, and Benintendi's sitting there, I'm in.
Have we, going to your point here on stolen bases, I don't think we focused on it right now because, have we really seen any kind of a push up in a lot of these players that do steal bases? Mondesi, he's second round. Everybody jumps on him in the second round. But, when you Bo Bichette at the end of the second round could very well have just been considered a third round pick as well. I don't think we've really seen anybody jump up the draft board so much strictly because they are somebody who steals bases outside of, these first few guys, Steve.
Yeah, I think the one guy, Leody Taveras, right, with Texas, is for Eric Karabell, jumped up, I think, to like the 10th round or the first pick in the 11th round. I don't know that he's going to hit enough to get on to steal enough bases to be a factor in that. So he's the one guy I thought went earlier than I would have. But look, at some point for the category, you get to a point where you have to overdraft a guy. You've got to take him earlier in order to get it at all if you don't get it early. Now, Mookie Betts is going to steal a fair share of bases that he took first overall, if he's running. Bichette will steal a few bases, though not a big stolen base threat. So he got to the point that he really needed the stolen bases, so he popped Taveras earlier than I think he's worthy of being taken.
Okay, well, as far as the old one-trick pony goes, I think we can all kind of take a look and see where, Miles Straw ends up. I think he was somewhere around 20 or 21 in the other draft. But, we don't have the Billy Hamilton anymore. We don't have the one-trick pony, and I think we're starting to see that. Although maybe, I don't know, Kyle, Trent Grisham, does he kind of fall into that category as, we're buying into what he did last year, that he's a round 5 pick also because he steals bases?
Well, and I think that certainly helps Trent Grisham, but I think that's also a player who has a style, has a form, has a talent base that he can do the other things still. I don't look at what Trent Grisham did last year and go, man, there is no way, no how he can do that again. He can't be that kind of player. I think he can be that kind of player. I think one of the reasons, well, there's a few reasons for this with the stolen base expert, and you don't see them leaping up. There are a ton of people in this industry who were roasted multiple years by Billy Hamilton. Multiple years. Yeah. For 4 years, they're screaming about Billy Hamilton and what he can do. He never did it. And so now there's a little hesitancy because of that. Secondly, we just don't have as many of these expertise guys with the stolen bases. A guy who finished second in baseball in stolen bases last year.
Jonathan
For everybody who
VR.
knows it, Jonathan VR. Very good, Howard.
Who was just taken, by the way.
Who was just taken, but as we know, what's his role?
Yeah,
Where's he going to play?
Doesn't have one.
And so I think these guys, I would love to say, oh man, yeah, go out and get that guy who can get you 45 steals is going to play all year. Honestly, outside of Trey Turner, seriously, I don't feel good about saying that with anybody in baseball. Even Alberto Mondesi, because he can't hit. Trey Turner is the only guy that I look at and say, boom, that guy can get you 40 stolen bases. And then, of course, he has injuries, but you play everybody. And I think Turner's the only guy I feel that I look at and go, yes, that's a stolen base dude and a guy who can carry me in that category. The other guys almost scare me more than they entice me.
Well, so then, Ray, let me ask you here. So in the draft that you and I were in on Monday, we watched the NFBC guys go Trey Turner, Bo Bichette, Lewis Robert right there with their first 3 picks. We haven't seen anybody command it like that. Is it just that you're either going to go all in on steals or you're going to wait, sit middle of the pack? Because, when you're doing a roto league, better than anyone, Ray, stolen bases, that's a category that people seek out at the trade deadline because that's usually the easiest place to move up.
Yeah, and you said it earlier in the draft when we were talking about the pitching side of things. You said you don't have to win every pitching category. I think it's the same thing on offense. What you're seeing is some people targeting steals and really going for like a top 3 finish. while the majority of people are saying, look, if I finish 6th in that category, I'm cool. Now, the issue with that is if everyone goes in with that mindset, and at the end, we've got, 7 teams within 8 steals of each other, because let's not forget, they're not big numbers in this category anymore. The numbers are very small. You just run into the danger of actually having your plan play out the way you expected, but ending up with 6 less steals than you thought, and that cost you 4 points in the category. I think there are very few players, to Kyle's point, there's very few players that once you get past the handful of guys that are the 2020 threats that everyone knows about, that you can look at and say that player can do more than one thing. I think Nick Madrigal is a guy that I love, and I think he can easily steal 20 bases. I think he can hit 300, might hit 6 home runs. So then you're hunting there. So it is that balancing act you have to do. You got to get the steals, but I just don't think that many people are really pushing to win that category as much as, hey, if I could finish in the top half, I'm cool.
We've kind of thinned out a little bit on our desire for stolen bases. All right. Well, we're halfway through round 15, cruising through a 29-round, 14-team standard 5x5 rotisserie draft. When we come back, let's talk about risk aversion. What's your level of risk that you're comfortable with when drafting? We're going to bring in Scott Engel from Rotoballer because this guy's got a whole mess of risk sitting on his team. And we'll get his thoughts on that when we return. It's the FSGA Experts Draft. Howard Bender, Steve Phillips, Kyle Elfrink, and Ray Flowers here on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Clark?
Carable wasn't kidding. Look at that. 2 pitchers, 2 corners, 2 outfielders, 2 pitchers. 8 in a row.
I love doing that. I love pairing up my picks on the wheel.
8 in a row.
And you hope you can start a trend where people start to chase a little bit, too.
Nope.
Oh, there was our other Will Smith, too. Man, Zach Davies and Eflin. I don't know if I'm taking those guys as 14 and 15.
Zach Davies is interesting, isn't he?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever drafted him. I picked him up off the waiver where I used him before starts, and then he's gone, right?
His middle name is Waiver Wire.
I had him when he was with San Diego, right? I was like, oh, he's going to be fine in San Diego, right? Because he'll pitch to some contact and get the ballpark favoring, and then he did nothing. And then when he goes to the Cubs, he's fine.
Yeah, right.
At some point, I know we've got Scott coming back, but I do want to hit on how news can change a player's value so quickly.
Sure.
3 days ago, Nick Senzel went 299 overall.
Nice.
And today he goes 201 because he's got the center field job.
Starting center fielder.
They're telling us he does.
Sort of, kind of, but Akiyama's going to play too. Yeah,
and that also speaks to the stolen bases. If Senzel were going to play center field every day, he'd probably still 25 to 30 bags, I bet.
I'd say 15, 20, no problem. Yeah. So he probably falls into, and it's interesting because he falls into that Benintendi comp for me. Like if they're both playing and they're being drafted again a round apart here, but as you noted, Kyle, it would have been 5 rounds a couple days ago.
Yeah, Senzel is a little Byron Buxton in him too, though. They always hurt.
Yep.
We never get anything out of him. I mean, like, what is he? Like, I never take Senzel. I don't know what he is. I mean, what is he?
We don't even know if he's an infielder or an outfielder.
I don't know. Is he going to play every day? Their outfield is so deep with guys.
Steve, is he any different than Chris Taylor, who was taken right next to him?
Yeah, no. But I guess what I'm saying is people love this guy. And so this is probably not the worst spot for him to go.
1 minute.
I just think, he's fine here. I just don't love him as a player.
I like the skill set. I'd like to see him just park him at a position and let him play. Because, the moving around from infield to outfield's got to be messing with his head.
It
doesn't
has
help.
to be.
Yeah.
Then again,
Colton Wong, there's a speed guy.
Yeah.
In the 15th round, Colton Wong.
Yeah, he's double-digit stolen bases. He'll give you, 12 and 12? Marquez going 16th round.
Jim thinks Buster Posey's going to be a top 10 catcher this year. Nola, too. So he waited and got 2 guys, in his opinion, who he thinks are top 10 catchers. So he's got to feel good about that.
I'm not buying the Posey.
I was going to say, if Posey's top 10, it's because all the other catchers truly suck.
Yeah.
Coming up.
After After a shortened season in 2020, find out who this year's young guns will be and hear where the experts draft them in the 2021 FSGA Experts Draft on Fantasy Sports Radio.
Welcome back to the FSGA Experts Draft in Fantasy Baseball. I'm Howard Bender. With me, of course, Kyle Elfrink, Ray Flowers, and the GM, Steve Phillips. We're in round 16 of coverage. You guys can check out the draft board at rtsports.com/FSGA National. It's one word. You can also go to @SiriusXM Fantasy's Twitter page. You can also go to the channel's Facebook page as well and catch the live stream powered by Fantasy Alarm. You can look at the draft board and see our four smiling faces as we bring in guest after guest to charge them with what the heck are they doing in their league. So let's bring in, we want to talk about young guns. We want to talk about risk. Well, let's see. Randy Arozarena, Byron Buxton, even Mike Moustakas, and how about Dylan Moore? Seems like a risky crew there, so let's bring in from Rotoballer. He is the king, Scott Engel. Scott, welcome in. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Hey, thanks so much for having me. Good to be with all four of you guys. And, hey, when you're playing with a field like this, you got to play it like a high-stakes player and take risks. So, I'm not worried about, risks. It's about, going with the flow. Like you guys often talk about, and make sure I get my categories filled out.
It's interesting, Scott. One of the as we sat here and talked it through a little bit, trying to look at your roster, I guess the way to look at it is nobody remembers who comes in second. And so, the idea is if you're going to go for it, sometimes you're going to have to take some high level of risk. I look at your club, and the question is, where's the majority of your power going to come from in your lineup? Offensive. You got some guys that can run a little bit. You got some other guys that will all be in the good category for power, but there's no real elite power in the offense right now.
Yeah, but I think there's a balance of power. I was kind of gunning with a little bit for a balance of speed and power. I think I have a good spread of power across the board with guys like Vlad and Grandal and Moustakas, Ramirez. I think there's upside for Buxton, Arizona. Later on, I got J.D. Davis. He can give me 20 home runs. Anthony Santander can give me 20 home runs. Gleyber Torres can hit 30-plus. So while there's no one elite guy, what I did was I kind of tried to spread the power out, and I didn't ignore that throughout, Steve.
Scott, in the third round you took Vladimir Guerrero Jr. In the fifth round you took Gleyber Torres. And quite honestly, personally, I'd flip those guys. I'd rather take Torres than Vladimir Guerrero. How happy were you to get Torres in that fifth round? He seems to be falling, Scott, past a lot of the other quote-unquote elite guys at the position. Just 2 years ago, he was really, really good.
Yeah, you guys always talk about, and Jim Bowden talks about, take the last 3 years and kind of the last year and a half and make that one season. And if you do, Gleyber Torres had a great season and a half. Looking at 60-game sample, I've heard you fellas talk about on this and experts draft, it has to be some forgiveness. And I think there has to be it for Gleyber Torres. Now, you always talk about, play the draft too, though, but I felt Vlad was going to go earlier than Gleyber Torres, but I was happy to get both of them. I think there is a lot of upside for Vladimir Guerrero this year. I've been listening to, a lot on the channel, and a lot of, the insiders talk about how a lot of people I respect, on this channel talk about how they think it's a big year for Vladimir Guerrero. So, like Steve says, if I'm not going to come in second, I got to take a chance on Guerrero in the third round.
Well, let's spend a little time on him because a lot of people on this network in 2020 talked up Vlad Guerrero. A lot of people in 2019 on this network talked up Vlad Guerrero. And I'm not saying it's impossible. He's young. I get it. But you did take him before MVP candidates like Seager, Ozuna, Abreu, Springer, Yordan Alvarez. So you're playing, hey, this is the breakout. To you, Scott, what's a breakout constitute for Vlad? What's he got to do to be worth it there in the third round?
Well, last year, the surface numbers were in line with the previous season. He had a 17.6 home run to fly ball rate, a bit more power. The strikeout rate dipped. His exit velocity of 92.5 was in the top 7 percentile of the league, as was the hard hit rate. Maybe he needs to make an adjustment to the launch angle, but he's done a lot of work in the offseason. The natural talent is there. And, he could bust out in terms of run and power production, where I wonder, what any projection I would lay on him would be enough. When you look at his age, he's just turning 22 years old, so we can't say, okay, we're done with this guy, in terms of waiting for him to break out. He came to the majors so early that it's almost like he's sort of a post type value, if you will, in the third round.
It's Scott Engel from Roto Baller. He's the king, baby. You can check out all of his work over at rotoballer.com. You can also check him out here on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio. Scott, we're going to let you get back to the draft. Thanks so much for taking the time. Wishing you nothing but the best of luck the rest of the way.
Hey, I always have time for you guys.
Well, you and the boys are drafting, so you just can't find the sound yet here on the show. We'll catch that.
There you go.
Yeah, see, I'm here for you, Scott. You know that. All right, take a quick time out. When we come back, here we are in round 17. The question is, does the hype machine really matter? Vaulting ADPs. We're seeing some guys get pushed up draft boards right now due to recent news. Is the juice worth the squeeze? We'll talk about that when we return. It's Fantasy Sports and Gaming Association draft here on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio.
All clear.
Oh, my God. I keep catching myself. I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, I gave up on that the other day and just kept going, FSGA.
FSGA. Well, because I keep starting to say Fantasy Alarm, and then I try to change it in there.
I can't. I always say leadoff spot.
Well, it's also like we always say evening or afternoon, and it's the morning. Like, it's hard. Don't feel bad, Howard.
Well, and Howard, you know this, and Steve as well. You always have the crutch that when you have nothing else to say, you fall back on saying, Fantasy Alarm, 888-963-2682, and then they throw you on a different show, and you still want to use that same crutch.
Yep, exactly right.
Right, I'll throw the number out there. I'll be like, but we're not taking your calls. Yeah. But I just,
I was just getting my thoughts together.
In case you want to write that down for later.
So true.
Here it is. Anybody going rookie crazy in this draft? It's hard to kind of see. I mean, we'll talk about the hype machine and Senzel.
I saw Kellenick went there in the 15th round. Was he the first
Mountcastle in the 14th.
Okay.
And
Tristan McKenzie in the 13th.
Was Cabrian Hayes the first rookie? Him and Bohm, were they the first two off the board? Does Bohm still have rookie eligibility? I think he does.
I don't think.
Ian Anderson?
Yeah, Ian Anderson was 7th round.
7th round.
I don't know about Bohm.
Arizarena obviously is still. Doesn't he qualify still?
Yeah, he does, and so does Sixto Sanchez. I think.
1 minute.
Okay.
But in terms of guys we haven't seen play in the big leagues, Kellenick.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Has Kirilloff gone? I don't think so.
Yeah, no, Kirilloff hasn't gone yet.
Oh, he didn't go? I thought I saw him go.
I don't think so.
I'm looking here. Guess I can
just do a
Control F.
Yeah, he's not on there.
Yeah, I don't see him.
Well, let's see if the freaking thing would work. Nope.
And Christian Javier is.
It's interesting. There are multiple teams that have 2 catchers, and there's multiple teams that don't have any catchers.
Man, Jordan Hicks in the 17th round. Wow.
Those 101.
They must know something I don't know.
Stand by.
This is the Fantasy Baseball Experts Draft, part of FSGA Draft Week on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Welcome back into the FSGA Experts Draft. Howard Bender, Steve Phillips, Kyle Elfrink, and Ray Flowers on the call midway through round 17. And Kyle, you had made a note on the live stream, and you guys can catch that on Twitter or Facebook at SiriusXM Fantasy. Nick Senzel goes off in round 15, 201st pick, I believe it was. In the other FSGA draft that we did just on Monday, 299 was the pick for him. So the hype machine in full effect here on Nick Senzel.
What is that, a 7-round jump in like 3 days? I guess from 299 to 201 in this 14-teamer. And I understand it. The news came out when? This morning. Like, literally, we could have had this draft 24 hours ago and Senzel's going number 300. Now he's at number 200 in effect. And it's understandable if indeed he is going to be the starting center fielder for the Reds. That is a guy who has the prospect pedigree. The lineup is fairly solid there. Like, there's some run-scoring potential with that Cincinnati lineup. Referencing back to something we discussed a couple of segments ago, there's some steal potential there for Nick Senzel, and I would not call Senzel a specialist. You know, I'd call him a guy who can maybe get you 20, 25 steals if things were to truly break his way. So we'll see that elsewhere in spring training. I think early on, though, this is a big jump on, hey, he's going to win the job when we still have 5 weeks of spring training for him to prove that he deserves this job. So it's a big leap today. We'll see how it holds up over the next month or so.
Now, Steve, you sat on the GM side of things, and, you know, the media gets all hyped up. And, you know, let's face it, the team obviously feeds the media certain information as well to get it hyped up. When you're sitting here and you're looking at drafts and you're looking at players climbing up boards like that, like how much stock do you put into what you're reading from some of the beat writers versus what you're thinking about doing inside a draft, whether or not you're going to wait on a player?
So it's interesting, you know, when I was Mets general manager, one of the things we did, I think it was before they had internet, before Al Gore invented the internet. I think that I was GM. But, you know, what we did is we actually would pull all of the media outlets, all of the articles for each team just to see what was out there, because you trusted a lot of the information that was out there, where they were going, especially at the trade deadline. I wanted to know what other teams were thinking and where they're going and how they felt about players, because I think that how a team feels about a guy impacts the value of trades and how everything's going. In a fantasy draft, I tend not to want to chase the hype. I've got my guys, the guys that I like, the guys that I have my expectations on. Sure, it can change if a player, if I'm looking at a player, you know, late in the draft and all of a sudden he gets a starting job, it's not going to push him up to you know, anything up to maybe 3 or 4 rounds probably, just because, you know, at that point, if it was that good, he'd have been starting beforehand, right? So he's you know, you can get some impact there because the playing time is going to change. But, you know, if playing time is an issue coming into it, then it's a short leash for playing time for me. And so you know, if it could easily change if he underperforms early in the season.
Makes sense. Ray, I listen, I hear you with Jeff Manns on the Elite Fantasy Show. So I know how you feel about the hype machine and beat writers in general. So I'll turn to a different topic, something else that you brought up on the live stream as well. And talk to me about how you're dealing with the catcher position, or how you usually deal with it. 2-catcher league here. I've got 4 out of 14 teams right now who don't have a single backstop on their team, while a handful of them have grabbed both their guys.
Yeah, you've got a group of it depends on who you talk to and what your list says, but you've got 7 to 10 catchers most people are pretty comfortable with, and I think then it becomes, right? It's like, oh, maybe this guy's a 250 hitter with 12 home runs. Maybe this guy's a 230 hitter with 17 home runs. There's a lot of parity there. And what it appears is that some teams in this draft are attacking the catcher position thinking they can gain an advantage, either by taking a guy early or by taking 2 catchers, whereas other teams are saying, look, there is so much parity at the position, I'm just going to wait. I think you have to be careful at the catcher position, as everyone should know at this point, that, you know, the guys that hit 18 home runs at bat 227 doesn't do any good. You know, they really drag you down. The power is nice, but you can find power in 2021 baseball elsewhere. So I think there's a happy medium. When people ask a lot of times, they say, look, you want to be in that 10 to 18 range with both your guys if you can. So waiting, it's okay, but at some point you got to strike or you end up with those guys that could hurt you as much as they help.
Kyle, how about you? How are you handling a league?
2 minutes.
I'm getting a lot of backlash from, not backlash, but a lot of people who talk about, follow fantasy baseball Twitter. I know you're not on Twitter, but they hate on the two catcher league philosophy here. Given the state of the position, the depth of the position, is it time to abandon the two catcher league? What's the point of it?
Hell no. I mean, that's part of the enjoyment of it. Is it the pain in the ass to draft two catchers? That's what we want in fantasy baseball. I want it to be difficult. I want it to be a challenge. It's something that I enjoy about the game. And it is a punch in the face to wake up in May and you find out that your second catcher is, playing too much because he's now hitting 160 and he's murdering your team. And you're like, there have been many leagues where I have dropped a second catcher purely because he's playing too much. Like, it's so bad. It's like, give me a guy who won't play or is only going to play against left-handers or is only going to catch day games after night games. I'll take a shot with that guy. So I like getting a solid number
1 minute
catcher. I've never been in the world of drafting, a top 4 or 5 catcher. I can't remember the last time I did that, but I do try to get one of the first 10 to 12. And then the second guy, I'm just kind of taking a flyer. But by all means, if he's struggling at the end of April, I'm very willing to dump him and move on to the next guy.
There just aren't enough Tucker Barnharts out there. Right? Is that what I'm getting from you?
30.
That's Cincinnati, the Stevenson kid. I love the Stevenson kid, the young rookie.
So much that you don't know his first name.
Was it Taylor?
Tyler.
Tyler. There you go. Tyler Stevenson. That would be my perfect second catcher.
15.
Game
Funny
after
you
night
should bring
game,
up the
playing
rookies.
in Cincinnati.
Funny you should bring up the rookies because I want to dive into that as well. There's a number of rookies on and off the board. Plus, the guys from NBC Sports Edge, DeGrom, their number 1 pick. Was that the plan all along? We'll find out when we return. FSGA Draft, SiriusXM, Fantasy Sports Radio.
Clear.
One of the other things we can get to is the risk, like Chris Sale taken in the 14th round.
That's crazy.
Same team took Kluber in the 11th round and Lamet in the 8th round. So, they've got some real questions about the pitching. But Sale, Sale, so far Syndergaard's not gone yet. Severino hasn't gone yet. And I wonder, that team's up on the board right now, Monkey Knife, whether they're going to jump in on those guys too and just go for the all-risk team when it comes to pitching.
That's a great point on those guys. Like, I would want nothing to do with Lamet and Sale. And I want very little to do with Kluber.
They're all in. All in.
And then Andrew Heaney's an Angels pitcher, so he ain't lasting.
Yeah, no, he...
I saw his curveball, was it 2 years ago? And was like, ooh, I'm digging on this. And then it was terrible. And then he was garbage.
They've got a collection of all of they're all the same guys.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Alex Cobb, Dylan Bundy, Heaney, Canning, Quintana.
Yeah, nobody steps forward from that group. Nobody stands
all number
out.
3 starters. Yeah, they're all, And look, that you can win over 162 games, enough games to get into the playoffs. You're not a great matchup when you get there, but it could be interesting.
So here's a question I've got for you. Assuming Lindor re-signs with the Mets, assuming that, and you're the Angels, you got all this money coming off the books with Pujols moving on, and you can get one of these shortstops, like that are going to be free agents next year. The Seager and Correa. I mean, who would you choose? Assuming Lindor is off.
Seager, Story, then Correa, then Baez.
Seager, Story, Correa, Baez. Yeah.
You think all those guys will, and I know economics can be up in the air, but are they all 6 to 8 years for $20 million a year?
Baez is going to be the interesting guy, just what it looks like this year. If there's that many peaks and valleys, and I don't know if anybody's going to go 6 years on it. His problem was he was close to making a deal with the Cubs, and then from the way it sounded, they had exchanged numbers.
1 minute.
And then when they came back, he wasn't the same player, and I don't know that the same offer I would extend, right? And it's really hard to negotiate with a guy when you've gone backwards on him in a negotiation. That's, because they're like, wait a minute, so last year at this time you offered us this, and they can't possibly offer him the same amount of money now.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's totally playing for millions this year. But he's still young, obviously.
Yeah, definitely.
I had to get a hat, guys. The sun comes in for about an hour every day through the window.
I saw the sun. Yeah, I saw the sun.
Yeah, so I got my full-on giant. It's 12 degrees outside hat.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's those famous San Francisco winter wind chills, huh?
Pretty much, Kyle. It gets down to 42 here.
For whatever fantasy game you play, or if you play them all, we're dishing out winning information and keeping you entertained along the way.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
On Fantasy Sports Radio. From Jack Flaherty, Juan Soto, and Walker Buehler, fantasy baseball is loaded with young superstar players across all positions. Find out where you should be drafting them by listening to the 2021 FSGA Experts Draft on Fantasy Sports Radio.
Welcome back in, everybody. It's the FSGA Experts League Draft. 14 teams, 5x5 standard roto categories apply here. And we are cruising through the 19th round right now. We are going to be focusing a little bit on rookies, coming up here. But, I want to bring on another member of the FSGA and another member of this draft from NBC Sports Edge, Matthew Poliot, who had the fifth pick overall in the draft here. Matt, thanks so much for joining us, man. Appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, listen, I'm going to get your thoughts. You went Astros heavy, Yordan Alvarez and Kyle Tucker. The Kyle Tucker evaluation is one that's interesting as to what's taking place out there in the industry. How do you see him, and what's the projection of where you see those numbers can go this year with where you took him?
Well, that wasn't actually my choice. That's Ryan Boyer's choice. I would have gone a little bit different direction. I might have gone Lewis Robert there. But there's a lot to like about Tucker, both in the power and speed categories. Hopefully, maybe 20 of each.
Matthew, looking at your overall lineup here, I don't know, was it a plan to go young? I mean, because you've got all this youth on offense. You've got Jimenez and Tucker and Alvarez. Even Javier Baez is only 28 years old. Austin Meadows, Brian Hayes. Until you get to Eric Hosmer, I think your entire offense is in their 20s.
Yeah, I don't think that's wasn't the plan going in. But, we do love the youngsters. I'm really high on Jimenez this year. I think he's an MVP threat, and hoping Alvarez, that knee holds out fine. He can go back to hitting like he did 2 years ago.
We always have the question, Matthew, who's going to pull the trigger first? Who's going to get that pitcher? You were the guy. First pitcher off the board, number 5, Jake DeGrom. Now, that choice was made with Mike Trout still out there. So were you saying, hey, at number 5, we're going pitcher, no matter who's available at 5?
Well, no, for me it was either DeGrom or Turner, Trey Turner. I actually would have leaned Turner, but my partner there, he wanted DeGrom, and I can't really argue with that. I mean,
I love how Ryan sent you to answer all the questions when he made all the picks.
That's the way it works. That he has my rankings, and I just told him to go do what he wants.
Is there a big difference between DeGrom and Cole? Because in most drafts we see Cole and DeGrom, and it's this jockeying back and forth. Was there a reason for maybe favoring DeGrom over Cole in that first round?
I thought it was a lot more even with if there was going to be a universal DH. Since that's probably not going to happen, I'm going to take the guy who's going to face the pitcher a bunch.
There you go. Matthew Poliot, everybody, from NBC Edge. Matt, appreciate you joining us here. You got a pick that's getting ready to come up, so we'll let you get back to work here. Best of luck to you in the rest of the draft.
Thank you very much. Take care, guys.
All right. Halfway through round 20, coming up on the NBC Sports Edge pick pretty soon. Guys, let's talk some rookies here because, I've seen a couple of names come off the board recently. I just saw Alejandro Kirk from Toronto come off the board in the 20th. Alex Kirilloff goes to Andy Spiteri of Fantasy Alarm in the 17th round. That's immediately followed up by Andrew Vaughn, a guy who Jim Bowden really, really loves. Steve, you've probably talked to Rick Hahn as well about Andrew Vaughn. The word is that he will be given every chance to just solidify that DH slot there in Chicago. Do you see him creeping up boards a little bit more?
Well, I think, look, he's going to be a DH, so he's probably not going to play. I mean, I guess maybe they can work him into first base a little bit. That at some point he'll qualify there. Although, will he qualify as first base this year since he hasn't played yet, or will it? How will they classify him coming in this year as a rookie? And the likelihood is he's going to be their DH for the majority of the year. Although he'd probably get 10 games at first base to qualify at some point. But he can hit. He's a pure professional hitter. And beyond his years at that position, in a great lineup, and a guy that in a lineup with a lot of strikeouts, he's going to make a little bit more contact than some of the others. And so that pure hitter, a run producer, I think he's going to produce right out of the gate. I think that quite honestly, he's going to perform, in my mind, better than a 17th rounder. But you can wait till the 17th round to get him, and I think therein lies a real value to be taken, and Jim Bowden all over him in that 17th round.
Yeah. Kyle, as far as the rookies go for you, do you subscribe to the hype machine on a number of these? Obviously, it's a case-by-case basis, unless, of course, you're Lenny Melnick, and then a rookie is a rookie is a rookie is a rookie. So the question is of all the names that you're seeing right now, because we saw Randy Arozarena go early, Cabrian Hayes went in the 9th round, and so we're seeing them splashed all over the place here. Anybody in particular you find yourself fancying this year?
I wish I were as smart as Lenny Melnick, because if I would have known that would get me out of ever ranking rookies, I would have done it years ago. It's great that Lenny can just go, oh, they all are rookies. I don't even. I guess I invested a couple usually every year. I usually go with a pitcher. I try to find a pitcher who's maybe on the cusp, and I'm not talking about a guy who's pitching in April, but a guy I could see up in May or June. And I think for most people, that's Mackenzie Gore. Like, that's who they think is that guy. And Steve, this is maybe where you come in, but I don't know if that's the case for San Diego. I think they'd really like to hold off on Mackenzie Gore and maybe delay it to the second half of the year, which, I think that'll disappoint pretty well everybody drafting him. But I do try to get a pitching arm. I mean, a few years ago, I was able to hit on Walker Buehler. That's probably the one that'll go down as my tombstone pick. He got Walker Buehler when nobody else did. But I think the guy for most people this year is Mackenzie Gore. But I truly feel he's a second half guy, if then call up for the Padres. They kind of want to use him in October more than they want to use him in June.
Yeah, he went in the 19th round in this draft today. Here's the thing. I think you're right that they're going to want to manage his innings so he's available to them for the postseason. And I think for a lot of the young pitchers, that's going to be the challenge, is when do they bring them up? When do they use them, and how do they use them? Like Casey Mize just went in the 21st round, but that's different than Mackenzie Gore because the Tigers aren't going to the playoffs. They're not going to play in October. And I think that there's managing innings that have to leave some valuable innings for October baseball. So a guy like Gore, where he may be really good, he's not going to pitch a lot during the regular season. They're going to really protect him more than any other pitcher on the staff, even probably more than Lamet, who I think they're going to probably have to keep an eye on and protect. So I like him. I love him, but I don't know how much he's going to give me. And with young pitchers, remember, they can give you that 7 1/3 inning, 3-hit, 1-run performance, and the next one can be in a 2 2/3 inning clunker. And it's the same guy, and you have to be willing to live with that with a fewer number of outings overall.
Let me do a quick follow-up there because it's in the news. Jared Kelenic, who goes in the 15th round here. Okay, we now have this issue of Seattle publicly saying, oh, yeah, we wanted to keep him down. We wanted to stop his service time. Now he's upset. There's probably going to be some sort of lawsuit. Steve, do you think Kelenic makes this team just to save face for the Mariners?
Yeah, so I believe that there are players who need to be able to stay down in the minor leagues and work on things, even if it's for 2 weeks. Sure, it gives me the extra year on the back end, and that's a nice thing that I can get with it all. I think that they're in a position with what Kevin Mather, their team president, did, that he'll likely be up on opening day. I don't know. And here's the thing. Like, look, he's had 21 games at Double-A. Like, there's no real justification for his argument that he should have been called up last year to help this team win and that he could have helped them win. Like, oh, I know you think you're great, and I love the confidence, but you've played 21 games at Double-A. So they could easily justify and defend letting him start the season in the minor leagues. But I don't know with what the team president did. I think there's a real chance he could be up on opening day because of that.
And Steve, I want to follow up with you. I know that we've talked about this in the past, but it's a new year. Last season, what did it mean for these minor leaguers? Because, we're used to having timelines where 2 weeks into the season this happens, 2 months into the season this happens. Is this all on a case-by-case basis? Because we don't really know as a fantasy community how these minor leaguers advanced or struggled in 2020.
All right, so it's interesting. It's a great question. And what's interesting is that I would worry about the same thing, not having real in-season game action and that sort of thing. What many of the prospects have said is they feel like they made their most progress they've ever made while being in the alternate camp. You're playing in a major league stadium, which is a big deal. Minor league stadiums don't have seating in the outfield, right? To see how the ball carries, to see how the major league mound feels, to play in those stadiums. They did play inter-squad games. And so for many of them, they feel like it was as much progress as they had made. And so for the key prospects or guys who are going to be rookies this year, I don't think it was a major setback for them last year. They made the most out of it. And in many cases, it may have actually propelled them even a little bit further with that one-on-one, one-room schoolhouse attention. They may have gotten as much attention as they would have gotten in more during the regular season.
Now, from a fantasy angle here, let's talk about the fact that you've got these rookies. And, again, it's a case-by-case basis as far as who's going to get called up and who's going to do what. When you start taking these guys in drafts, and just as an example, Jim Bowden takes Wander Franco in round 21. You grab a guy like Kelenic, who, if he doesn't start off in the majors, it's possible Super 2. That's in the 15th round. When you're dealing with a 29-man roster, it's only a 6-player bench, and injuries, and I don't even think that there are IR spots here for the FSGA. You're playing shorthanded, basically. Like when you grab a guy like Wander Franco, Steve, right? You've got him sitting there. He's on your bench. He's not coming up until later on. Yeah, you can afford that spot there, but at what point do you say, I really can't invest in some of these kids for the second half strictly because I just don't have the bench depth for it.
Yeah, I think that it's tough. And I have carried guys like that hoping that I could get through to the point where they'd come up and then I'd get in a jam and I feel like, I can't hold them anymore. Like at some point, I'm really hurting myself by not picking up somebody else to help my team on my roster right now. So it's worth a shot. And at this point, the ceiling of what a Wander Franco might give Jim Bowden might be worth taking the risk of holding him and getting jammed up for it. But it might be now. You can't draft Chris Sale and Noah Syndergaard and guys like that who aren't going to pitch till mid-year, Luis Severino, and take one of those players you're going to hold because then you're really jammed up on your roster.
Yeah, Syndergaard goes in the 21st round. I don't think anybody's dove into the Chris Sale experience.
Sale's already been taken. Sale was taken in the 14th round.
14th
round.
Wow.
So the same team, it's the monkey knife. They took, here's the thing, they took Bauer early, who's as predictable as anybody of getting the workload, then Dinelson Lamet, then Kirby Yates as a closer, then Corey Kluber, a risk, Chris Sale, a risk, then Rafael Montero and Andrew Heaney after that, and then Griffin Canning, who is fighting for that spot in the rotation. It does have that elbow issue that hindered his start of his season last year that he never had surgery on. That does worry me a little bit as well.
And just to follow up on that, like Lamet, I want zero to do with this year.
Right.
Sale, I want zero to do with. Here's the thing with Sale. Even when he comes back, and you're like, oh, I got Chris Sale, what a great midseason addition. Look at his last year and a half before the injury. Is it anything to get overly excited about in the fantasy game? And now you're going to bring him back after a year away. You're going to bring him back to a team that's not the same Boston Red Sox it's been. I just don't see much upside in Chris Sale at all this year. Corey Kluber, I'm okay with Kluber, but not a guy I'm searching out. And Ray, we know the story with the LA Angels of Anaheim. Good luck getting 20 starts out of anybody there. For whatever reason, that franchise finds it impossible to keep pitchers healthy.
Yeah, and the plan obviously is to go with the 6-man rotation. They added Quintana, they added Cobb. You're right. There's definitely, Heaney, who's on the team, the Monkey Knife Fight team. Heaney's had issues staying healthy. I want to ask you, though, because we talked about this a little earlier in a different context. Chris Sale in the 14th round. Okay, you've made your point about your thoughts on that, Kyle. Zach Eflin in the 14th round, Zach Davies in the 15th round. You didn't like those picks either. Now, you get more innings theoretically, you get more starts theoretically, but do those guys pitch enough to make them better picks at that point of the draft than Chris Sale?
Well, I guess
Kyle.
here is your question is, well, you would ask me, right? Oh, did I step all over? Steve
No.
That
I
was
saying,
Steve
Kyle,
standing
defend yourself.
Yeah.
What are you?
He was
Let me
standing
jump
behind
in.
Ray going, kick him, Spike, kick him,
Hold me back.
I don't want Sale a bit. Eflin and Davies, what is the upside with Eflin and Davies? I mean, it's like over looking for those guys to stun us and do something and break out. If I'm looking at that part of the draft, the 14th, 15th round, because here's the question. Okay, Kyle, you don't like them. Well, who do you like then? Well, give me Marcus Stroman, who went like 10, 15 picks later. I'd much rather take a shot on Marcus Stroman, or, give me German Marquez, who make fun of German Marquez pitching with Colorado, but I know he can do it. He's successful on the road. He's just fine. Tyler Mahle has been like the fantasy darling I've already noticed this offseason. Like everybody's in on Tyler Mahle's going to have the breakout.
Yeah,
and
Ray.
Sean Manaea, I'd rather take a I'm just saying those guys do nothing for me, and there are other guys on the board I'd much rather would have taken.
Steve is really good.
Kyle, really good, Kyle. Good comeback right there.
Yeah. Hey, listen to this. This is
Steve
nice.
Steve looked perplexed. I wanted to jump in and cover.
Here's the thing. I worked with both these guys. This is the best. I could pair them off against each other all night long.
The instigator, Steve Phillips, bringing the heat here. All right, I'll tell you what. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, let's bring in another one of our FSGA experts from the Fanjections world, Ryan Hallam. Here's a guy who took Shane Bieber over Garrett Cole. Not a lot of risk with the old guys, but he does have some rookies who we haven't yet gotten to. So we'll talk to Ryan Hallam and his thoughts on this draft when we return. It's Fantasy Sports and Gaming Association draft here on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Clear.
You'll have to just start saying it's a fantasy draft here.
It's a fantasy baseball draft. Well, it's that, and also with the way the sun is beaming down on Ray, it looks like you're heading into town to get some power converters.
I am. Some couplers and some power converters.
You need to put on some eye black. You got to put on some eye
speeder?
black for the next hour.
Next thing we know, Ray's going to look at the camera. Shitter's full.
Yeah.
Kyle, we're live. You can't curse like that.
Oh, Twitter has a big standard against cursing.
Shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, though, because at that point of the draft, you start looking at the names on the hill, and it's, Brad Keller, Michael Pineda, Christian Javier, John Means.
Well, what I'm seeing there is, what it's telling me is, like, in this particular draft, I would have hoped that I had not gone relievers early.
Right.
Because I think all the relief arms in, like, the rounds 14, 15, 16, I'd want those arms over the starting arms.
Starters.
So, I'd rather get the starters out early and start pounding relievers in these rounds.
Has Devin Williams gone?
Yep.
He has, yeah.
It's 14th round, right after Sale. See, I would have been much happier with Devin Williams than Chris Sale.
But, like, you could, getting guys here like Archie Bradley, Joaquin Soria, Amir Garrett, Gonsolin.
Devin
Ryan
Williams
Yarbrough?
will have Devin Williams will have as many strikeouts this year as a lot of starters will.
Yeah.
That kid gets some swings and misses.
He could end up in the I could see him closing things out, using Hader as the higher leverage guy, go 2 innings in the in the tough spots, the 7th and 8th.
They could always trade Hader.
Sure.
He still has what, though, like 2 years before free agency, Hader? Or yeah, he's
like 2 or 3. Taiwan Walker. Like Mackenzie Gore or Taijuan Walker, who would you take side by side?
Ugh.
Walker? Don't you have to take Walker?
Because of the innings, yeah.
I mean,
probably.
That would really depend on
I
my
don't know.
team.
I mean,
If my rotation has innings, I'm taking Gore. But if I'm hurting for innings, I'm going Walker probably.
Patrick Corbin's going to be better this year, too, than he was last year, I think.
Should be better.
Well, they went Bueller, Strasburg, Karinchak, Corbin, Eduardo Rodriguez. Eduardo Rodriguez,
30.
Not a bad pick. If he's back to what he is, I mean,
right.
Eduardo Rodriguez and Keuchel, the strikeout differential between those two guys is pretty significant.
Mm-hmm.
This draft is easily one of the fastest ones I think I've covered.
Yeah. Why wasn't I in this one?
Dude,
they have a clock in this one. Oh, that's a difference.
Right? There's a clock in this one. Monday was just, oh, my
Oh,
Lord.
that does. Yeah, I forgot there was no draft.
Stand by.
Trevor Bauer, Francisco Lindor, Corey Kluber, and Nolan Arenado all have new teams this year. But where should you draft them and the other players in new locations in your fantasy baseball leagues? Hear what the experts think right now in the 2021 FSGA Experts Draft on Fantasy Sports Radio.
Old faces in new places always gets to be a great story when you're talking about fantasy baseball year after year. And our next guest from Fanjections, Ryan Hallam, no stranger to the old faces in new places situation here. Nolan Arenado now in St. Louis, George Springer now in Toronto. So let's bring Ryan in. Ryan, how are you, man? Thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate you taking the time during the draft.
Absolutely, gentlemen. Thanks for having me on. I've been listening for most of the draft. Haven't heard too many of my picks being talked about, so I figure that's good. They're not really making too many waves, so I'm pretty happy about that so far.
Oh, you just wait.
Yeah, listen, two-catcher draft. Gary Sanchez, Yadier Molina. Now, you wait a bit there. So with the two-catcher draft, what was your philosophy coming in on this as to when you wanted to pop them?
Yeah, I agree with you guys completely. Real Muto in the third I thought was pretty surprising, even for 14 teams. I've always kind of been like a middle of the road catcher guy in two catcher leagues. I rarely grab an elite. And in the past when I've waited until, the dregs at the bottom, I always get beaten up by it. So I've come to be kind of a middle of the road. If I can grab two middle of the road guys, and I think Sanchez, I know he was terrible last year, but I just can't understand that he just forgot to hit. And the way he's dropped in drafts this year, I think he's a good bargain. And Molina is just the everyday Eddie. You kind of know what you're going to get from him. And every few years he gets, high teens and home runs. So to grab him as late as I did with some consistency factor, a decent batting average, which is hard to come by in 2021, I was pretty happy with the two that I got.
Ryan, you look at the third base position, you grabbed Nolan Arenado. Not surprising that you would want him as your starting third baseman. It might be surprising when he was taken in this draft. Took him in the second round, which is earlier than his ADP suggests, and it's also ahead of guys like Rendon and Bregman and Devers that often go ahead of him. Talk to us about the reasoning that you employed taking Arenado there in the second round.
I guess it seems like a lot of people are expecting a pretty decent numbers drop coming out of Colorado. I don't know that I subscribe to that. I think he's been a top 10 pick in fantasy for a number of years. He doesn't run, of course. That definitely hurts you, but he has a chance to have a real good batting average, a lot of power. It seems like when people come to St. Louis, they generally embrace it and do fairly well. And third base, while it's a little bit better this year, still not the deepest position in the world. So I was pretty happy to nab him where I did.
Ryan, I don't think it's incorrect. I don't think it's wrong, but it is different from what we normally see. It's Shane Bieber as the second pitcher off the board. Everywhere we go, it's a battle between DeGrom and Cole as who's number one. Okay, the other guy's number two then. Not many people are thinking of Shane Bieber as number two, yet you had the option taking Cole or Bieber, and you went with the Indian right-hander.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously he's going to have not the offense behind him that Garrett Cole's going to have, and maybe not the chance for the wins. But I watched him, and I know it was 60 games, but he was basically unhittable every single time he took the mound. Can he do that for 162? We will find out. But he was just absolutely just filthy and dominating last year from beginning to end. And I couldn't look away from that. I just, Cole had some starts where he wasn't great. Overall, a very, very good pitcher still. But maybe it's a 2020 bias. I'm going off what I watched last year, and the guy, you couldn't touch him all season long.
It's the voice of Ryan Hallam. You can find him on the old Twitter machine at Fighting Chance, representing Fanjections here. He's also part of the Fantasy Alarm family. Ryan, thank you so much for taking the time, man. Wishing you nothing but the best of luck finishing off this draft nice and strong. Appreciate the time, man.
Howard, you've said that to everyone. You can't wish us all the best of luck. You have to.
Yeah, no, he can't mean it, can he? You're right about that.
It feels hollow.
Howard.
It feels hollow. I got to be honest.
If you're watching it on the live stream, then you'll know who's getting crossies and who isn't getting crossies when I say that. And now, Ryan, you know what? I hope you tank the rest of the draft. Make every pick that you come up with next.
Ryan.
Go in the pot. Thanks so much.
See you in fantasy hell, buddy.
Talk to you guys later.
A team representing the restroom at the Oakland Coliseum right there. Ryan Hallam from Fanjections. I want to get back to the point here of player movement around the league and what to expect. I do a lot of work with Rick Wolf and Glenn Colton from Colton and the Wolfman Tuesday nights here on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio. Their smart system is one of the things that they talk about, are avoiding guys who sign the big contracts, who go someplace else, for that first year. There are some guys, though, where I take a look and I wonder, how could they not relish the fact that they're going to be in a new place? And I'll ask you this one here, Steve, as the former GM of the Mets. I look at, and maybe this is also because I'm a New Yorker, I look at Lindor going from Cleveland to New York, and I feel like I don't care what kind of a down year he may have had for himself last season. I look at Lindor as a guy who New York is ready to embrace. The Mets fans in general are ready to embrace a guy like Francisco Lindor. I feel like I'm going to want more shares. No matter how many times I draft him, I feel like I'm going to want more shares of Lindor because I feel like it's an environment built to have somebody like him excel. I'm curious as to your thoughts.
So I thought that when I traded for Robbie Alomar. Same thing, right? Got a star player with the infielder with the Indians. Now, different personality. Alomar is, I think, a more introverted guy, but I certainly thought his game would play in New York, and it didn't. And I think he was a little older at this point of his career when I got him than for Lindor. But I'm with you. I think Francisco Lindor is going to light it up. New York fans are going to love him. The biggest question I have is, how will he handle it when he gets booed? Because he will get booed. That's the way fans communicate. And listen, they don't boo in Cleveland. They never boo in Cleveland. They're like the Midwest. They're so nice. Like my teams were in the playoffs against the Cardinals one time. And down the left field line, fans started chanting, "New York sucks. New York sucks." And a Cardinals fan, this was in the playoffs, and we were winning, and so they were upset that we were beating them. And a Cardinals fan turned around and knew we were with the Mets front office and said, "Geez, I want to really apologize for our fans. We don't usually treat people like that." I'm like, "Oh, don't worry about it. Our own fans say that about us all the time." And so everybody gets booed at some point, and their teammates get booed. And so I think he's going to be okay, but I don't think you ever know until you know.
I'll chime in here, Steve. I was a child of St. Louis and grew up wearing a shirt that said the Mets are pond scum. So that's what we thought.
Pond scum. That's
of the Mets.
That's cutting.
We laughed at that.
Hey, whenever you're 8,
like in the Midwest, they thought that was really getting somebody. We're like, what?
That's a nice way of jobbing you guys.
What is pond scum?
On Lindor, it is talked so much about with Arenado that I think we need to bring it up with Lindor. The fact that so much of his damage is done in Cleveland. So much of it. The dude is a 900 OPS in Cleveland. He's 780 everywhere else. Now, I only bring that up because Arenado is constantly dinged for it. Because, he's Colorado. It's very obvious. It's not as obvious with Lindor, and we should note, this move to Citi Field is a negative one offensively. So I'm not saying Lindor can't succeed. I think, Howard, what you said, he's built for New York. I mean, that just makes sense that they will ink him to a deal. But I will not be surprised at all if his numbers don't reach, 95 or 90% of the heights that they reached in Cleveland.
Ray, more pressure. Lindor going into New York or Bauer going into L.A.? I mean, that's I guess I'm not going to say that L.A. fans are as ravenous as New Yorkers are, but it's still, it's a big time player, big time expectations. Who feels the pressure more?
Yeah, Lindor gets yelled at. He smiles and waves. Bauer fires back a tweet, right?
Yeah.
So, or a baseball into the stands.
Yeah, that too, right? Yeah. It's a great question, and Steve hinted at it too there with Alomar and everything. We have to try to play the psychology game a little bit in fantasy, and that's why Colton the Wolfman, their smart system, they just remove it, right? They're not dealing with it, and it's understandable. I would think that Bauer is used to it and he's impervious to it. So if it's going to bother one of the two, it would be Lindor, as Steve mentioned. But again, I don't know these guys personally. You don't know how things are going to be handled. You don't know what else is going on in their lives. Are they having problems with their family, their friends? But I think that there's obviously pressure that these athletes put upon themselves. And I don't think Bauer and Lindor in particular, do they try harder? Do they feel more pressure because they're with a new team? Probably not at this point.
Yeah, I would just throw in, I think that I think both of them from the environment they're going into are going to be okay. But if Bauer pitches to a 4 ERA, am I going to be shocked? I'm not going to be shocked. Mm-hmm. I mean, what is Trevor Bauer? I promise you this, he'll be taken in a draft before I take him because I don't know what he is. And this whole notion that he wants to pitch every fourth day and that he wants, I mean, come on. Good team. But I don't think he's the guy that we saw for 60 games last year. He was just a guy who had a good 60 games. There's nothing that indicates to me he's that guy over 162 games, 30 starts. I don't see him as that guy.
Well, and the other difference too is like Lindor is brought in. There's no new contract yet, so there's not this idea of are you worth it? There's not that yet. Beyond that, he goes to a team that needs Lindor. Like, he legitimizes the Mets right now. That means, okay, we're going for it in the NL East. With Bauer, you got a giant contract. You're getting paid more money than anybody else in that dugout, even more than Mookie Betts and Clayton Kershaw and Walker Buehler. And B, it's not as if the Dodgers really need Trevor Bauer. Like, if he comes in and upsets the apple cart, a lot of these guys are going to say, good riddance, get the hell out of here. They're not going to deal with him. So I think Bauer's in a much more volatile situation than is Lindor.
Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense indeed. All right, I'll tell you what. We talk about guys heading to new stadiums. What about the players who get left behind, right? Nolan Arenado in St. Louis. What happens? You got Trevor Story and you got Charlie Blackmon sitting there in Colorado. You got George Springer now in Toronto. Michael Brantley still stuck there in Houston. Let's talk about some of those guys when we're joined by Chase Payne, Jason Gold of the Champions Round. They had the number 2 overall pick in this draft. We'll get their thoughts on how everything's going for them, and I will not wish them the best of luck when they join us. How about that one there? Stick around, more to come. FSGA Fantasy Baseball Draft here on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Clear.
Thank you.
Howard.
It's all this rowdy energy that I'm drinking.
Totally.
So
Steve Phillips.
So I'm loving on this rowdy energy. I'm going to say this for the live stream people here, but word to the wise, when you're ordering from a company, make sure that you uncheck the box that says, make this a recurring order.
Uh-oh.
Right? Because, I've got enough rowdy energy here right now to run a convenience store out of my
Rowdy energy.
What is rowdy energy? Yeah, I don't
Kyle
know.
Busch, keto approved, no sugar, yummy delish.
Which one's the best?
I don't know. They're so good. I just wrapped up
They
the
just keep
cotton
coming.
candy flavor. What should I go for next? I'm just going to grab the first one. Let's see.
All right.
Let's see.
Rowdy energy. Like, if you don't ink Rowdy Tellez to an endorsement deal, what are you doing?
or yummy delish.
Yeah.
Ooh, strawberry lemonade.
Ooh.
I once was
Ooh, nice.
texting using Siri, and I was texting our producers talking about the Yomiuri Giants. Siri understood Yomiuri Giants is yummy. You're a giant. And I just sent the text. They're like, what? Try it sometime. Just text, tell Siri, hey, Siri, text so-and-so. Yomiuri Giants. Yummy, you're a giant. So Sehun Kim went in the 14th round. Is that where he went? I think that's where I saw him.
Kim went in the 12th round.
The 12th round.
What do you think, Steve? You brought his name up.
I think he might be the second pick in the Dynasty Fantasy League.
Ooh.
Who's that?
In the draft. Ha-Sung Kim.
So you think he plays every day, huh?
I think they paid him $7-8 million a year. Yeah. I think they're going to find him a place to play every day.
Wait, which pick do you have in the Dynasty draft, Steve? 2?
First and second. Yeah,
oh, first and second.
Yeah.
And you're taking Snorkelson first, right?
Yep, Snorkelson first. Then I'm debating. Might take Kirk. I like Alejandro Kirk, but I've got Will Smith and Grandal as my catchers.
Well, you could trade one of them to me, Steve.
You can't take Alejandro Kirk because, I mean, listen, that physically he and I look identical. All right, so I got to have my fat guy catcher. Why are you going to do that?
I might do that. Here's the thing. He might not get to you because
we're coming up.
Hader at the belt. Here's the pitch. Struck him out. Slider down and away. That's strikeout number 7 for Josh Hader.
Now back to the Fantasy Baseball Experts Draft on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio.
All right, welcome back into the FSGA Experts Draft. I'm Howard Bender, joined by Steve Phillips, Ray Flowers, and Kyle Elfrink. Cruising through this outstanding 14-team draft. We're already in round 27. Phenomenal pace by our competitors here. I have to say, kudos to whoever actually set a clock for these picks in this draft. So as we kind of move through here, want to try and talk to as many of our competitors as we possibly can. So bringing in here from Champions Round, they had the second pick overall. My man Jason Gold is going to join us. Don't worry if you don't hear from Chase Payne today, because Chase is actually going to be hosting the Fantasy for All show and panel tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern, part of the FSGA week. You're not going to want to miss that. But let's get Jason Gold in here right now, the man who helped take Juan Soto, number 2 overall, bucking the normal trends that we're seeing in fantasy baseball drafts. Jason, thanks so much for joining us today.
No worries. Thank you guys so much for having me.
So give us a sense on the Juan Soto selection. I mean, it was a bit off the board from what the norms are. Give us the thoughts and justification of why you went there. Betts went 1, which was a bit surprising because Acuna's had the 1 ADP. So why Soto 2 with Acuna still on the board?
So this was actually the plan for us. We had looked at Caravel's rankings. We kind of knew that he was going to take Betts 1. He had Betts at 1 overall in his rankings. So we were between Soto and Acuna. And my downside on Acuna is that he's going to hit 260, and we kind of wanted to get the average early. So we thought that Soto would have a huge year. You guys mentioned on the show before that he's kind of turning into kind of like we hope to be a Mike Trout type of player. So that's kind of what we thought he was going to do this year, and the reports out that he's going to steal a little bit more just kind of pushed us over the top, and we think that he could have an MVP-type season this year.
Jason, in all these drafts, we're seeing some team go first round, second round pitching. It's almost universally. Sometimes it happens multiple times. No one did it in this draft, and I think you were the only team that took 2 pitchers in the first 3 rounds. So talk to us about how that changed your strategy, because you also were the first team to jump in and grab a closer. So you really, in those first 5 rounds, went really pitching heavy, and a lot of the other teams in this draft slow played it a little bit.
Yeah, so I think that after seeing a couple of the other drafts that have gone on, it seemed like some pitching may drop to us, and we wanted to get 2 of the top 10 pitchers. And the 3 that we were targeting were Scherzer, Castillo, and Flaherty. So when Scherzer dropped to us at 27, we were all about it, so we picked him up. And I was a little surprised that Carabel didn't take a pitcher at the turn, so we got Castillo. That was awesome. Got 2 of our top 10 starters. And then the Hader thing, we actually wanted to get Carrasco, and we were going to take him at the 4th round because we figured the Carabel needed a starter. But Marte was on the board. We had to take him, especially given that we had already taken 2 starters. And once Carrasco was gone, we were like, well, you know what, let's just get the best reliever on the board to us. And that was Hader. And, we're happy with the decision we made.
The other night, Jason, Tommy Edman went in the 9th round, and I said on this network, I was like, what in the world are people seeing in Tommy Edman going in the 9th round? You got him in the 12th round. Much better. Sits in a much better slot there. What is the goal for Edman? Because that's a name that people are going to see, and, the same round you see names like Shohei Ohtani, you see Craig Kimbrell, you see Gary Sanchez, Josh Donaldson was in that round, and then there's Tommy Edman. So Is it a multi-positional play, or is there just solid numbers all around for Edman?
Yeah, I think the big thing was that we can kind of play them all over, can fit into a lot of different spots for us. And then the 12th round, just great value overall. And, I just think that the Cardinals are going to do a good job with him, and someone that we really liked, and we probably would have taken the 11th or the 10th, but, dropped us in the 12th, and we're happy to have him.
It's Jason Gold from Champions Round. Jason, before I let you go, because I know you got a pick coming up soon, quick question about some of the veterans in need of a bounce-back season. No shyness from you about that. You got Marte in the 4th round. Anthony Rizzo seems to be on the downside. Charlie Blackmon doesn't steal bases like he used to. Even Gene Segura in the 14th round. Another veteran here who needs the pushback to help you out with your counting stats here. Thoughts behind those guys?
Yeah, so some of it was just the guy fell to us in the right situation. A guy like Blackmon was, like I said before, we were going for batting average, really wanted to have that solidified. So a guy like Blackmon, great there. Rizzo, we think is going to have a really big bounce back year. We were happy to get him there. Segura was just a guy that came up in the 14th. We kind of needed to have that middle infielder type guy, so we grabbed him. I don't necessarily know that we were trying to target guys who were looking for bounce backs. It just happened to work out in the draft. But, yeah, we're hopeful that these guys have big bounce back years for us.
All right. Well, Jason, we'll let you get back to everything there. I'm not allowed to wish you the best of luck because the panelists here are going to make fun of me. So just kill the rest of this draft, Jason. Have a great time.
All right. Thank you guys so much. Have a good one.
All right. Jason Gold from Champions Round. It's funny, the Gene Segura just kind of fell to me. I got to ask you guys about this position, the second base position. See, Steve's nodding right there. If you guys saw that on the live stream there, it's trashy. It's disgusting. Yeah. I mean, it's top heavy with the first few guys, but then after that, it's just, it's ugly. Steve, do you attack second base first, or is this a position where you're like, forget it, man, I'll just wait till later?
Yeah, I think that the way I would look at it is, if it comes to me in the right spot for the right second baseman, great. But I'm not going to chase it, and then because I don't want to go and pass up take a lesser second baseman and leave somebody else better on the board. I just assume keep getting the best player, and if it is second base, take it. Like I like Brandon Lau. He's going to hit home runs. The batting average, he does have a lot of strikeouts. I want that to come up a bit. But Altuve went, I think, 4th round, if I'm not mistaken, in this draft. I'm trying to find him on my board, or maybe 8th round, Jose Altuve.
8th round for Altuve.
8th round for Altuve. I mean, so that was a surprise to me, because I would have thought somebody might have reached a little bit for him, expecting the bounce back season this year. The fact that he went to the 8th round means a lot of people just push second base. Like I would take Altuve. Kevin Biggio, now he's going to have second base and third base at some point, so he's going to have some flexibility. Hira over Altuve, I'm taking Altuve every day of the week.
Well, and let me say this about second base, because I agree with you guys. It is mostly trash. But to Steve's point, he was talking about eligibility there. One thing that is remarkable about the position is if you look at the top 30 second basemen according to ADP at the NFBC, 24 of those 30 guys can play multiple positions. Now, I know that standard is different from every league, so it might not compute for every, but that's amazing that you have all these guys that can bounce around third base, outfield. We were talking about Tommy Edman there just momentarily right before. So much positional eligibility, so you can move these guys all over the place. That's probably one of the reasons the position sucks, let's be honest, because none of them can be just second baseman, but that is a slight bonus for the positional group, too.
Well, I also think, too, and this was an issue I was dealing with the other night when I was in the FSGA draft. You get down toward the end, you're looking to fill that, middle infield spot. Maybe it's a backup middle infield spot. And two names that I was looking at, I ended up taking them because I went with Brendan Rodgers. But two names I was looking at are Starlin Castro, who went in the 28th round here, and Jonathan Scope, who went in the 29th round. Now, those two guys couldn't be more boring from a fantasy perspective, right? They're not young. They don't steal bases. But all Starlin Castro does is hit 270 with 18 home runs. Jonathan Scope could easily hit 260, hit 25 home runs. He's going to bat in the middle of a lineup and play every day. So there is something to be said, though, even though the position is bleh, that you can wait a long time. And once you get past that group of 10, 12, 15, whatever it is, again, we're in the 29th round, and you legitimately in Jonathan Scope could be taking a guy that's going to hit 25 home runs.
I think the other wild card at the second base position is Ha-Seong Kim, and what is he going to be coming over from Korea, right? The San Diego Padres have him. They gave him some money. $7, $8, $9 million a year. I know that Cronenworth was amazing last year. And there's some question about how they're going to handle the playing time. But if you give, if I'm looking at it thinking along with San Diego Padres, if I give Kim that kind of money, he's got the first crack to be my everyday second baseman, I would think. Now, he can play some short, but he's not taking Tatis's role over at shortstop. I mean, maybe if there's a day off here and there, he'll play some short. But I think Kim's the guy that's going to get a crack at second because of the money they spent on him. Because, here's the thing. They traded away Ty France, who I like, and I've seen taken in this draft. But Cronenworth was so good last year. But the fact they got Kim, I know he's got the ability to play a lot of positions, but he's going to play every day and have second base capabilities. The question is, can he hit? And the players, the biggest question is, can you hit high velocity? He did not see the high velocity fastball in Korea, and so that's going to be the challenge for him.
All right, you know what? Look, we'll continue this second base conversation because there are a couple of post-hype sleepers I got to ask you guys about as well. So if you are going to wait on second base, would either of these guys be of any interest to you? Find out who I'm talking about when we return. It's the FSGA Fantasy Baseball Experts Draft here on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Click. Joey Gallo in the 11th round.
Why would anybody take Masahiro Tanaka?
No, nobody did they?
29th round, second pick.
What?
Clock was running down.
Or maybe it was it could have been an auto pick.
Available, yeah.
Auto pick?
No, there's no icon on the
clock
on the draft
board.
You'll see a clock there.
We had him on the show with us, right? We just had him on, but they took Gratterall. Right, we had them just on.
Gratterall, I like. Yeah, Gratterall, I like it. It was when it was time for him to pick when he was on the show with us. I mean, we were talking about. I think they took Dubon and Rutschman at 25 and 26.
Well, I was looking at it, and I wanted to maybe sneak that in at the end with him. He's got 3 catchers on his team now, and he's going to be waiting all year on Rutschman. It's like I understand Rutschman, but you can't carry 3 catchers.
No.
It kills your roster depth.
So does drafting Masahiro Tanaka.
Not exactly. You're right on the catchers.
Right? I'm not going to drop my third catcher because I got a spot to clear right now.
I guess you're right. Rauschman will be the second guy he drops. I like his Freddie Peralta pick.
Yeah,
sure.
I'm all over that in the 23rd round.
When we come back, I want to talk about continuing the second base. Ryan McMahon versus Garrett Hampson. Is Scott Kingery ever going to get a regular position to play? And then does nobody have any love for Gavin Lux at all? I think I took him in like the 23rd round of Monday's draft. He goes in the 19th year. I mean, is Chris Taylor going to get that time?
Probably.
I got to tell you what, the way that they handled Lux last year, we don't know. That's the way I look at it. there's something we don't know. I mean,
right?
how is he not a factor at all? Like he wasn't even a thought.
Yep.
So something wasn't right. Now, you remember, I think he didn't come in. I don't know if he had COVID early.
Yeah, he was late.
There was something he was late, and then I don't know. There's something we don't know there. That's what I think.
Coming up.
Playing a fly ball to left field. Racing on back is Peralta. He runs out of room, and it's a home run for Gavin Lux. He goes the other way. For Gavin Lux, that's his first home run of the year and his first RBI. The Dodgers have the first run on the board. It's 1-0.
You're listening to the FSGA Fantasy Baseball Experts Draft on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio.
All right, welcome back into the FSGA Experts Draft. Howard Bender, Ray Flowers, Steve Phillips, and Kyle Elfrink here. We're in the midst of a second base conversation. You guys, if you're watching on the live stream at SiriusXM Fantasy on Twitter, you'll see that the draft has actually been completed. So we get this next hour of guests upon guests, analysis upon analysis. So I want to finish up second base here because it's really, this is a concerning position, I think. And we just heard the highlight reel of a Gavin Lux home run. And the question is Gavin Lux going to play second base? Is it Chris Taylor over there? Ray, your thoughts here on Lux? Because I took him, I think, in like the 23rd round on Monday's draft. Completely, everybody's completely forgotten about him. Is this a potential post-hype sleeper?
I think in the FSGA draft last year, the last time any of us traveled, we went out to Vegas. I think I took Gavin Lux like in the 14th round. And, as Steve mentioned during the break, it didn't happen for him last year. He didn't perform well when given the opportunity. He wasn't really given the opportunity. 12 months ago, a lot of people were projecting him to win Rookie of the Year. So I think at the spot that he's falling where, the spot he fell today, like you've got to draft him at the spot you took him. It's totally fine. Taylor's a nice player, and they can use him here. They can use him there. But, they should see what they've got in Gavin Lux. They've got a good enough team that they can afford to let the rookie get a little bit of rope and see what he's got.
Kyle, you any interest in Gavin Lux, or better yet, would you pivot to another kind of an uncertain situation, like when you take a look at what they've got in Colorado? Is it going to be Garrett Hampson, or is it going to be Ryan McMahon?
I think I'd rather take a shot on Lux over either of the Colorado guys. And one thing to keep in mind with LA is, okay, they've got more money than God, we get it, but even they have their limits. And you look at what they've got coming up. Seager is set to be a free agent. You're probably going to have to do a new deal with Buehler at some point. Bellinger as well. That's a lot of money. And then your $40 million with Trevor Bauer and so on and so forth with the rest of this team. Gavin Lux is a guy who can play short or second. Chris Taylor's a free agent at the end of this year. I just mentioned Seager. At some point, they will play Lux just to see if they can let Chris Taylor go. Just to see if they're able to let Corey Seager go if it comes to that. I think Lux is the better pick, but I don't think it's immediate. I think this is something where we see June or July roll around and Gavin Lux is starting to get more playing time. So if you draft him, all I ask of fantasy owners, be patient. I don't think it's going to be the first month where he's busting loose, but I do think this summer we could finally start to see some of that payoff with him as a prospect.
Boy, I sure hope that I'm going to get another second baseman and wait this out. I mean, even with Colorado, I think Brendan Rodgers might end up getting at bats there over Hampson and McMahon getting, whether he's going to go to first or what they're going to do with him. But it's so uncertain in Colorado that I would take Lux over any of those guys. But even with Lux, it's uncertain. And so spring training would be really interesting. A lot of times performance in spring training doesn't matter. But I think for Gavin Lux, it actually does. He needs to perform to get back on the radar because he's not a guy that shows up and says, okay, the job's yours. They didn't do that last year. They're not going to do it again this year.
And I will say, for the team that drafted him, the owner's box team, he's in effect their third second baseman. So they can afford to wait. They have LeMahieu now. Of course, you can move LeMahieu around your team in the fantasy league, but you've also got Madrigal. So they're not counting on Lux for anything. So they can afford to be patient.
Okay, that definitely makes sense. One more guy who I want to touch on real quickly because we actually had this conversation when we were talking about Nick Senzel. We were talking about this, I believe it was on the live stream, talking about the fact of a guy getting bounced around from position to position and how tough it can be on them, for hitting wise, because all their mind is occupied by is I don't want to screw up in this field as I'm, learning a new spot. Second baseman Scott Kingery. We see him go late in the draft. It doesn't look like he's got a spot if you look at the Phillies depth chart because Segura is slated in for second base. But, can we look at a potential bounce back here? Steve, he's got the tools to compete.
Yeah, I am not bullish on him at all. I look at him and think that they got out in front of that contract a little bit. 2019, he had some numbers that weren't so bad, but I'm not a big Kingery guy. I don't think that right now the playing time is going to be a bit of an issue as to where it's going to go. And if they're going to be a good team, it'll be that he's a super sub moving around most likely. And I'm just not sure that the overall impact is going to be there. I'm not sure batting average is going to be a play for him. And I know he had 19 homers and 15 stolen bases in 2019. The ball was flying in 2019. I don't see him as a 20-homer guy. And so somebody else will take him before I ever take him.
I think the flexibility he brings is potentially intriguing. Howard, you're talking about that. I think, and I agree with you, you said it during the live stream. I played baseball. Okay, I wasn't at the pro level, but I played baseball. And if I was playing third base or first base, it was a totally different mindset. And I really wish with these young players that they would allow them to bring one glove, to play one position. The ball flies different. The footwork's different, all these kind of things. Kingery is someone that I think at the current level of cost, I'm buying. There is a roadmap here for him to have success. It's bumpy because of what we've seen performance-wise and what the roster looks like it's going to play out on a daily basis. But we say it all the time at this point of the year. How many teams stay healthy? How many teams have all their guys play 140 games? It rarely happens.
And one other thing on Kingery, and this is maybe on the negative for him. He strikes out a ton. Everybody does in baseball. But a lot of those other guys who strike out a ton, they hurt you with the home run.
30.
Right now, Kingery hasn't really shown that. Beyond that, if he struggles at the start, they have backups. They got Roman Quinn. They have Adam Hazley in the outfield. So his spot is not as secure as some of these other risks that you take.
15.
All right. A team that didn't wait on second base, Owner's Box. Avery Shanae joins us next. DJ LeMahieu with their second-round pick. We'll talk to Avery when we return. It's FSGA Fantasy Baseball Draft, Sirius XM, Fantasy Sports Radio. All righty.
One more hour left. This draft, man, was this a change from the other night?
This one flew,
huh?
The the props bet draft on Tuesday flew by also. We were done with that in like 45 minutes.
Wow.
Wow.
I don't really like any of those keepers, Ray, on that question.
I got to choose one, Kyle.
Buxton in the 8th, Woodruff in the 3rd, Baez in the 4th, Karinchak in the 14th, Winker in the 15th. I'd probably go Woodruff, but that's a high price to pay.
Right.
3rd round.
Interesting. Where did Karinchak go tonight? Well, he went in the 8th round in this draft.
Yeah.
Is he going to close? Is he? I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, but is he? Is it?
Yeah.
I just told you, yeah, Ray.
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, he's going to get.
Did you listen?
No, he's going to get 30 saves.
Really?
I mean,
yeah.
The way the teams handle the bullpens anymore, I'm just so, until the guy's done it, there's that trepidation there that he's only going to get, 15 opportunities.
But Cleveland under Francona, they're not going to screw around. He's old school. Stick him in the 9th inning, that'll be their guy.
Although he did Andrew Miller and used him in that way, but then he had Cody Allen. Karinchak gave you some strikeouts, too, though.
Tons.
You think there's any chance, Steve, that the entire La Russa experiment blows up in under a year?
No, I think he's going to be fine there.
Okay.
I do. Yeah, I really do. I love Tony La Russa as a manager. And Eduardo Perez, he said everybody who ever played for Tony La Russa, he's their favorite manager.
Ray, you played baseball. Did you ever play for Tony La Russa?
I didn't, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn last night. Yeah. Well, no,
Yeah.
but they
I was
have
an
the
athlete.
animal
went to school
shelter
with
here.
Bianca, yeah.
Yeah. You know. Well, you know what I'm saying. We've all played the game, right? Steve, obviously at the highest level of all. But Steve, you could talk to it. I mean, what were your thoughts when you were, running the team there? I mean, it seems like everyone is of the opinion that these guys can play first base, second base, outfield. It's really not that easy to do.
Oh, I tried to put Mike Piazza at first base. That didn't work. And I tried to put Todd Huntley in left field, and the ball hit him in the head.
Well, Piazza couldn't play catcher either, though.
No, Mike was actually a better catcher than you think. And pitchers actually, he didn't throw very well.
Yeah.
But receiving wise, blocking balls in the dirt, he was actually really good at that, and much better game caller than what the Dodgers thought. Our pitchers really liked Mike. He was better than you think, but really top heavy. So first base, it was like when we had Mo Vaughn at first. A pop up would go up, and he'd go like this, and then it was almost like he was going to tip over,
flip over.
Now, he wouldn't completely fall, but he was so top heavy that it was like a Weeble, like Weeble's wobble. That I was worried he was going to fall.
Wow, I thought I was the only one who referenced Weebles on the show.
Oh, no.
That's great.
I'm of the age. Kyle, we might have to explain it to Kyle.
Yeah.
I saw.
Stand by, guys.
In honor of Black History Month, Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio looks back at some of the greats of the Negro Leagues.
Along with the Homestead Grays, the Pittsburgh Crawfords rank as the most famous of all Negro League franchises. The Craw's high point came in 1932 when storied owner Gus Greenlee brought in Josh Gibson, Judy Johnson, and Cool Papa Bell. Those standouts joined a team that already had Satchel Paige on the mound and player-manager Oscar Charleston in the dugout. With all that firepower, they ended up 1 or 2 in the standings for the next half-decade. It was also in 32 that historic Greenlee Field opened. It was the first black-built and black-owned pro baseball field in all the country. Fast forward to today, and most summers you'll catch the Pittsburgh Pirates playing a game in the Crawfords jersey. I'm Kyle Ulfrink.
With fantasy baseball season around the corner, listen all month long as we continue to spotlight some of the greats of the Negro Leagues on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio. Hear more content celebrating Black History Month on the Sirius XM app. Shohei Ohtani is back from injury and ready to dominate fantasy baseball as a superstar pitcher and hitter. This is the 2021 FSGA Experts Draft on Fantasy Sports Radio.
All right, welcome back in, everybody. FSGA's Experts Draft. It's in the books, but we're still going here, talking to as many of the competitors as we possibly can. We're still on the live stream at SiriusXM Fantasy over on the old Twitter machine, so you can check that out. The full board is listed right there. If you're not looking at it on the live stream, you just want to look at the board itself, it's rtsports.com/FSGA National. All right, want to talk more about some of the competitors here from Owner's Box. Avery Chenier joining us here, 3rd overall pick. Avery had to be pretty happy seeing Ronald Acuna fall to you there in that first pick. Was that going when that happened there? Did it force you to change gears at all from your original strategy?
I mean, we didn't think we were ever going to get Ronald Acuna at 3, so that was just incredible. We're just a couple of interns drafting. Like, we made it to the big time now. To get Ronald Acuna at 3 was just incredible.
Did you just call the first 2 teams that drafted idiots? Is that what? I think that's what I heard right there. But listen, I mean, obviously Acuna.
If they were interns,
ahead,
I don't think they'd get the job.
Interesting. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and so you start to work yourself through the draft. You guys came back with the second pick with LeMahieu, and then Flaherty available as your first pitcher in the draft in the 3rd round. What were you thinking about pitching after you got Acuna Jr. and LeMahieu? Did you think you'd have a shot at Flaherty in the 3rd round?
I mean, we weren't really sure. We were kind of lucky to hit that as well. But at that point, we got 2 studs, we think, with the bat, so we might as well go pitching there. And I love Flaherty. I think bounce back year for him for sure, and I like the Cardinals this year. So I love taking that pick in the 3rd round.
Avery, you look at the squad here, and you got Acuna and LeMahieu at the top, and then you had Aaron Judge in the 4th round and Carlos Correa in the 8th round. I don't think anyone looks at either Judge and Correa and says, hey, if these guys play a full slate of games, they're not going to star in the fantasy game. But both guys obviously have difficulty playing a full slate of games. Were you reluctant to take either one or both of them in conjunction with one another because of that concern?
So we're hockey guys here, first of all. And the saying is you got to risk it to get the biscuit. So having those 2 picks right there, we have to take chances if we're going to win this thing. And if they, obviously, like you said, if they play a full year, they're studs. So I'm going to take the chances when we can take chances, and I think they're going to pay off this year.
You're hockey guys, but I don't think you have a Toronto Blue Jay anywhere here, do you? I don't think so. Yeah, no Toronto guys.
We took Jordan Romano.
Oh, yeah, second to last round.
Same youth organization, so I feel strong ties to Jordan Romano.
Let's talk about the guy who we heard on the return here, Shohei Ohtani. You obviously get both the pitcher and the hitter. How do you plan to use him, and what are you kind of hoping? If I said X amount of innings and X amount of at-bats, where would you put that for Ohtani?
Does anyone know what's going to happen with him? I think we were just taking a chance again. I'd love to see 100 again from him, 100 miles an hour, obviously, off the mound from him before I start to think he's going to eat innings. He wasn't really a big innings eater, strikeout guy. But I don't think we know how we're going to play him, but the talent, he's just too talented not to take a chance on him, in my opinion.
That's the voice of Avery Chenier, who's starring in the film Just a Happy-Go-Lucky Intern, lucking into Ronald Acuna. Avery, before I let you go here, just a quick question as far as your closing situation goes. Taylor Rogers now sharing the job or might even be replaced by Alex Colomé, but then you come back there in round 14, Devin Williams, who could be a major player there for saves in Milwaukee. Did you have a strategy as far as your bullpen went, knowing that you were taking Flaherty, Burns, and Barrios there first?
No, I just wanted to take good arms. I didn't care where I was getting them. I wanted to get my guys, and I think these are my guys. Taylor Rogers, I like, obviously. And I think even Jordan Romano, taking him last round, I think he could get saves this year, too, come in there and fix that up, too. But Taylor Rogers, obviously, you're not high on him with him sharing some time. But I don't know. I just wanted a good arm. I like Taylor Rogers. I think they can figure it out there.
All right, Avery Chenier from Owner's Box, baby. The puck stops here with Avery. Avery, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate you spending some time, and good luck this season in this league.
Appreciate it, fellas. It's an honor.
See that, Steve? He said it was an honor to talk to me.
I got to tell you what, they did a pretty good job of the draft too. You know, I mean, a little later it got thin, but I thought they did a really nice job. Madrigal for second base, and they got Lux that we talked about. But you look at what they were able to get with this Flaherty and Burns and Barrios. You got to roll the R's, guys. Barrios.
Yes.
Sorry.
And thank you. And then Ohtani is the wild card. But interesting draft for them, and I actually think they put together a pretty good team.
Let me jump in on that discussion though with Rogers and Colomé. Doesn't Rogers have to be the guy? Because every year we play this with Colomé. He's not the guy. Nobody wants him, but then he racks up 30 saves. Does it finally end this year, Ray? Because like Rogers, what has he done to say, oh yeah, we need a new guy in the 9th inning? I know last year wasn't great, but again, everybody was limited. Like, to me, Rogers should be the guy for Minnesota.
Well, I see Steve chomping at the bit, so I'll cede my time to Steve. Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you, Senator. And so we had the Twins today, and so we actually talked to Taylor Rogers today, and I got the sense he's going to be the closer. That Colomé, the one thing about Colomé, he doesn't get a lot of swings and misses. You look back at those numbers last year, that cutter, he gets bad contact, but not a lot of swings and misses. I do think Rogers is going to get the saves at the end of the game. So I think he going in is going to be the closer there. And the other thing is he's a huge dad joke guy. He's the funny guy on the team, the player rep, but also the dad joke guy. And I'm very fond of dad jokes. And so I gave him the dad joke of the day today to be able to share with his teammates. And it was this. I used to be addicted to the hokey pokey, but then I turned myself around. pretty good, right? Pretty good. It's a pretty good dad joke.
Ray, before you jump in on that,
go ahead, Howard.
Let's just the round of dad jokes right here, right now. I'll go with one here.
Ray didn't want the deceit of his time to be. He's unhappy with that.
Right, but you just started with the dad joke, so I'm just going to say this. I ordered a chicken and an egg from Amazon. I'll let you know how it turns out.
I'm not going to play this game.
That's pretty good. I like that.
Oh, come on, Ray.
Kyle,
you're a dad. You got Dexter and Ollie. Let's go.
The only one I could think of, this has got, I mean, it's a bad joke. I feel these are like second grader jokes, not dad jokes, but I don't know, maybe I only know 25 letters in the alphabet. I don't know why.
Oh, I like that.
That one took a while for Steve Phillips to figure out.
It's a bit of a thinker there.
No, those are good jokes.
I can't believe I'm playing the straight guy with this group before. My goodness.
Ray, how about this one? What happened to the teenager who went to jail?
What?
His face broke out.
I just leave it in silence.
Right. All right, Ray. What was the point that you were going to make there?
I wanted to. If you look at the draft, it's 10th round for Rodgers, 14th round for Colomé. Okay. Anyone here? Howard, Steve, Kyle. Anyone interested this year in handcuffing bullpen guys? We do it all the time in football. Do you do it here in baseball?
Yes, I like that. That is something that I'm definitely into.
But is this the handcuff you go after, Howard? Because to me, Colomé is useless unless he's getting saves. Because the ratios aren't there.
Right, I agree with that. But see, here's my thing when you're dealing with a guy like Rodgers, and if it sounds like he's going to be the closer here, the question is do you worry at all about him being a lefty when you look at the other lefty arms in the Twins bullpen? Like, what is it? Caleb Thielbar and Lewis Thorpe are the only two lefties who I see on the depth chart right now. Now, granted, that's right now, and we could see a lefty emerge here in the spring, but managers want to be able to have that kind of flexibility with a southpaw, and you want to play the matchups. Doesn't that work against Taylor Rodgers in the sense that you could have Colomé close the game out and use Rodgers in your higher leverage situations, but when you want a lefty in the close, when it's not that dire of a situation and you have Rodgers left over, then yeah, you throw him in and you have him close.
Yeah, here's the thing. I think if I'm handcuffing saves, then for me it might be Duffy getting it. That if they want a lefty in a certain situation, because one of the things that he actually brought that up, did Taylor Rodgers, that the other thing was we do have a guy that could get some big outs in the ninth inning, and he went Duffy, didn't go Colomé. And so I could see Colomé's seventh inning, and I could see the ham and egg of Duffy in Rodgers more than I could see Colomé in Rodgers. And if I'm going to handcuff, I'm not doing it 10th round, 14th round. I'm not 14th round where Colomé was taken. Clint Frazier was there. Miguel Sano was there. Santander is there. I start looking at some of the guys taken in that round, and I'm thinking, I've got some impact. I can't take my handcuff guy in the 14th round when there's still some guys that can hit 30 home runs.
Duffy wasn't drafted, by the way, in this draft, unless I'm mistaken. Just to throw it out.
I don't see him. I'm with you. I don't see him.
Ray, where are you at with the handcuffing? Is this? I mean, not even specific to the Minnesota situation. Right. Look at St. Louis. You've got Gallegos. You got Jordan Hicks. Mm-hmm. You've got Andrew Miller still there as well.
Mm-hmm. I think, and Kyle hit it the way I would hit it, that I agree with you, Howard. You pointed your arm out. You're like, yes, I would do that. I think it's a fine idea to do, but I agree with Kyle's point that if you're going to do it, is this the right scenario to do it where one of the two pitchers, Colomé, he always somehow outpitches, the numbers that he should, right? The ratios are always better than we expect them to be. He's not a strikeout arm. So many relievers get you 10, 11, 12, 14 strikeouts per 9 inning. Colomé's getting 7.5. So I think that there are scenarios where it makes sense to do it. There are scenarios where I would consider doing it. One of the problems you run into, though, if you're going to do it, like what if you're talking about St. Louis, you grab Gallegos, you grab Hicks. What if it's Alex Reyes that emerges? And, you got two good arms there, but then the other guy's getting the saves. That's always the issue you run into when you're talking about trying it.
Well, yeah, if you get a guy, though, who's got a high strikeout rate, low whip, and then he's productive for you at least, even if he's not getting saves, like Kyle went against with Colomé there. Mm-hmm. But I mean, yeah, when you're looking at a lot of these situations where we could see closer by committee. If there is somebody out there who does have the ability to be a solid guy, take a look at Josh Hader and Devin Williams. I would cuff those two guys together. They could trade Hader away. Devin Williams is still going to get great strikeout numbers. Like, that's a situation where, again, you could have Hader in the higher leverage spots, and you could have Devin Williams end up closing. It might not start off that way this season, but it could develop into that. So I do think that there is validity to handcuffing, relievers depending on the situation.
And I would add that it certainly makes more sense. I play in a lot of points leagues, so if I'm in a points league, it's probably going to count holds. And so I think it makes a lot more sense there, too. Another one for me, if I were in a points league with holds, I'd love the idea, although I would never draft the first reliever. If for some reason I got my hands on Liam Hendricks, I'd love the idea of Michael Kopech. And having those two guys, giant arms, holds, saves, all that, White Sox should be good and getting points that way from two guys from the same squad.
Makes sense. Definitely makes sense. We can investigate bullpens and the possibility of handcuffing as we go along. Want to bring in another guest of ours from repping my boy, Andy Spiteri, repping Fantasy Alarm, picking right in front of the GM, Jim Bowden. We'll see what kind of an experience that was for him. Plus, let's take a look at some of these final rounds in this FSGA draft. Who are some of the higher upside picks, and did anybody just kind of throw things away? We'll discuss when we return. It's the FSGA draft here on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Clear.
I'd say what an upside selection for the last pick of the draft with Crochet.
I like that one. Yep.
That's a great final pick.
Steve, you were talking earlier about what don't we know with Gavin Lux. What don't we know with Yasiel Puig? Why is he not signing?
I think there's some. I think that the focus on baseball is a bit of a question. That it's his primary focus. Is the kind streaming way to say it.
He went 27th round tonight, and I believe I drafted him. When did I draft him the other night? About the same point. I took him in the 26th round. So I mean, he didn't sign last year either, right? So last year was COVID-ish, but
I mean,
fascinating.
If he signs somewhere, it won't be to be a starter.
It's fascinating because he's gone 2015 the last 3 years he's played. I mean, right?
Probably more trouble than he's worth.
Yeah.
There it is.
Oh, we have a request for more dad jokes. Who wants to fire away?
Steve, this is probably your fourth.
Steve, are you looking it up on a phone?
The horse walks into a bar. Bartender says, "Why the long face?"
I like.
He's got a calendar.
I asked my dog what's 2 minus 2, and he said nothing.
Nice. Steve, you got another one?
I got carried away playing Scrabble last night and swallowed a handful of tiles. I'm worried that could spell disaster.
All right. It's the kind of stuff you only get on a live stream. Look at that.
Right?
If we have a race around the world, it should end in Europe. That's the finish line.
Wow. This is just quality.
How does the moon cut his hair?
How?
Eclipse it.
There's another one with haircut. The kid asked his dad, "Did you get your hair cut?" And he goes, "No, I got them all cut."
Priest, a rabbi, and a minister walk into a bar. Bartender says, "What is this, some kind of joke?"
Yeah, that's good. Did you hear about the buffalo that lived 200 years?
No.
It just celebrated a bicentennial.
That wins.
Elephants must hate running on the beach. They just can't keep their trunks up.
30.
Yeah.
Trunks.
Yeah,
Right?
it's Cal.
Yeah.
Another thinker there.
Bicentennial is way better.
Do we have Andy? Or are we going to talk to Spiteri? All right.
Yeah, there's some really good ones in here.
Coming up.
And the 2-2 on the way. Swung on and missed, strike 3. 14 strikeouts for Buehler. No walks. 1 out in the ninth.
You're listening to the FSGA Fantasy Baseball Experts Draft on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio.
All right, welcome back in, everybody. It's the FSGA Experts Draft. The draft itself is done. The analysis rolls on here. We're live till 8 p.m. Eastern tonight. So we're talking to a number of the participants tonight. From Fantasy Alarm, Andy Spiteri had the 13th pick overall, sandwiched in between the King, Scott Engel, and the GM, Jim Bowden. Andy, welcome in. Thanks for joining us today.
How are you, Howard? Everybody, it was great. Getting stuck between those two guys for my first experts draft. A little bit of work had to be done.
Yeah, for sure. And so I'm looking at the roster, and so you went Walker Buehler with the first pick. But then what's interesting to me is Steven Strasburg, one of your other pitchers, Eduardo Rodriguez, another pitcher, and then a little bit later, Domingo Germán, and those are all guys who didn't pitch last year. And so how did you look at some of those guys that had either injuries or health issues or opt-outs or suspensions, and what is the level of expectation coming into this season?
Well, if you don't know about me, I am a doctor. So maybe a little bit of an advantage there with some of these guys. Strasburg had carpal tunnel surgery, and that's an easy surgery to heal up from. I don't expect him to be any different than I would expect if he did pitch last year. Rodriguez is a little bit of a risk because of the heart issues, but from the sounds of it, he's recovered. And I loved his 2019 season, so I'm hoping that he bounces back to that level.
Andy, we've talked, as everyone does at some point, about the speed component when we're doing a fantasy league, and wanted to get your thoughts on how you handled the stolen base in this draft. I don't see a burner per se on your team unless I missed it, so talk to us about your strategy at handling that category.
Yeah, I just tried to sprinkle in some guys. I got Tommy Pham in the 9th round. I reached a little bit for Colton Wong in the 15th, figuring he'll give me, maybe 10 to 15 stolen bases. And then I was going to pick John Birdie, but I got sniped by Engel in the 21st round, so I just pivoted to Manny Margot. So I, just tried to sprinkle some in here and there.
Were there any snipes from Jim Bowden, who was there at the turn? He's got 2 picks back to back. He usually takes them very quickly. Did you lose any guys there with Jim?
Actually, not really. Luckily, I was in the Fantasy Alarm mock draft with him on Tuesday night and kind of got a feel for what he was going to do. So I really didn't have anybody that I got real sniped from him.
It's the voice of Andy Spiteri. You can follow him on Twitter at gasdoc_spit. Andy, before I let you go here, you did actually take 2 players who Jim Bowden is incredibly high on, one of whom I know that you poached from him, that being Alex Kirilloff. The other one being Alejandro Kirk. Now, Jim already had his 2 catchers locked in, but I know he's really, really high on Kirk and his power potential with the Jays. What are your expectations here of the 2 rookies?
Yeah, I think Kirilloff, he's going to play every day, and I think he's a Rookie of the Year candidate. So I think getting him in the 17th round was good value there. And Kirk, I'm not a big catcher early guy, so I wait. And to have him there in the 20th round, I was very happy getting him there.
All right. Well, you, Andy, I will wish the best of luck to the rest of the way. I hope you win this league because you're my guy, and I love seeing you in this draft. So best of luck to you, and thanks so much for taking the time to talk with us here.
All right. Thanks, Howard. Thanks, guys.
All right. Andy Spiteri from Fantasy Alarm. You can catch all of his work at fantasyalarm.com. Guys, now that the draft is over here, we're looking at some of these final picks. Some interesting names thrown around here. Ray, you and Steve Phillips were just talking Yasiel Puig. You took Puig in the last draft over there. What round did you take Puig? And do you actually think that he does sign with somebody finally this season?
I took Puig in the 26th round. In the draft today, he went in the 27th round. And my way of thinking is once you get to that point of the draft, and you look at some of the other names there, Jason Hayward, Corey Dickerson, Nomar Mazara, Sam Hilliard, we're at that point where everyone's kind of taking their guide. They're hoping playing time works out, maybe performance works out. I don't know what's going on with Puig. I don't know why he can't find a team. I do know that he's gone 2015, the last 3 years he's played. I'd be shocked if someone doesn't give him the opportunity. But Steve, you were sitting there and you were saying that you don't have inside info, but your expectation is that teams are just not interested because he's not necessarily a baseball player.
Yeah, what was a shame for him was, last offseason, he got offers, I think, from the Marlins. He got an offer from the Marlins, and he didn't think it was enough money. And then the next thing you know, he's sitting there with nothing to do. And then the Atlanta Braves offered him the opportunity to come into camp, but he ended up not passing the physical because he ended up with COVID. And now nobody's going there. And I think he has Rachel Luba as his agent now, the same agent that Trevor Bauer had. But at this stage, the issue is, would you take any deal? And the fact that there's no offer yet, we're in camp means, like, you can't, you sat out last year. Beggars can't be choosy. He'd have a minor league offer. Nobody's given him that. And I think it's just that there's a lot of stuff that comes with him overall. And so I think people are looking to stay away. But you're right. Within that category of where other guys are going, he's got impact in multiple categories where everybody else is, just a blender, really, at that stage of it. The other thing I'll add on Kirilloff, we had, again, Minnesota Twins Day today on MLB Network Radio. And one of the things that's really worth doing is we're doing one team a day. But we're talking and we're getting a real sense as to what the planning is. And talking to Rocco Baldelli, left field, I don't believe necessarily is Kirilloff's to be had. That they're with the fact they signed Anderson Simmons and moving Polanco over to second, Arias is a guy who's going to get time in left field. Jake Cave's a guy who's going to get time in left field. And Kirilloff, I think, will get some playing time. But I don't know that he's going to be just the guy, because that's the spot they're going to use to move some people in and out a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see the impact of Kirilloff and if he is going to get enough at bats to be, the odds-on favorite to be Rookie of the Year.
Kyle, when you're sitting there and you're looking at those tail end picks for the draft, do you have a specific strategy that you look for? I mean, because we've got a lot of conflicting things. Mike Petropoulos from MyFFPC, he'll take your Jason Haywards or your Freddie Galvises. But then if you look at what Reagan Rector did for SCA Promotions, Zach Britton, Aaron Bummer, Blake Trine, and Yimi Garcia, I mean, these are quality relievers who are going to get you some strikeouts. They're going to keep their ratios down, might even be in the mix for some saves there. Do you have a particular strategy you usually employ in the end of your draft?
Yeah, for me, I'm going to attack the positions where I feel I need depth, where I feel I need backups. If I didn't like let's say in this league, it's 9 pitchers, and let's say I mostly want to go with 6 starters of those 9, and let's say I didn't really like my 5th and 6th starter. Well, by all means, in the last 3 or 4 rounds, I'm going to go with guys who obviously are not great. Again, we're talking about the 26th, 27th, 28th round, whatever it may be, but I think they have a job and they can pitch. Like, I'm looking at these last 3 rounds like J Happ. Nobody's interested in J Happ, but if I were weak in the starting rotation, I'll take a shot on J Happ just to get some innings. A guy like Johnny Cueto. Now, you mentioned the owner going Britton, Bummer, Trinan, and Garcia. If I'm doing that, that's because I don't have really a closer in my bullpen, and I'm just hunting for saves. So I think that's the strategy that he employed, specific to picks I like there at the end. I think the final pick of this draft by Jim Bowden was a great one, of Garrett Crochet. Only saw him for 6 innings last year, but he struck out 8, didn't walk a guy. Draft pick out of the University of Tennessee. He's going to be in that bullpen. Big arm there. I love the pick of Adam Eaton. Adam Eaton costs nothing in this draft. And Adam Eaton's going to be starting for the White Sox. And if you look at that lineup, and again, especially with a guy like Tony La Russa, lineups can be different from day to day. But Adam Eaton could be hitting second in that lineup. And in all of that noise that the White Sox are going to make, that is a great spot for him. I think Miguel Andujar, who went in the 28th round, I think there could be a trade there, and he could land in the spot with playing time. And then finally, Chris Davis, who we saw get traded this offseason. Why not take a shot on him going to Texas?
Yeah, I look at these last picks and think to myself, it's a good time for a handcuff if I want a handcuff. But so for instance, I would handcuff. Like, I like Trinan where he's taken there because with Kenley Jansen, he may end up getting the saves at the end of the game. Bummer, I think, depending upon what they do with Hendricks and in that, he's a guy in that bullpen. And Zach Britton got 11 saves last year, I think, in place of Aroldis Chapman in that opportunity. I also like the close my eyes and dream guy. And so there's a part of me with Nomar Mazara that Jim Bowden took that I look at him and think he's 26. He's been a 20 homer a year guy, and it's in there somewhere. And so, and he's going to get an opportunity to play in Detroit. I'll close my eyes and dream on him in the 27th round to think that maybe he could do something. I do like Ahmad Rosario, 27th round. He can steal some bases, that if I need some stolen bases, he's a guy. So I look for category plugging in, handcuffing a little bit, and then close my eyes and dream on a guy to think that if he does get the opportunity and it comes together, there's another level for him to go to.
Ray, how about you? Your late round strategy. What do you find you end up doing the most?
Probably a little bit of something that everyone said, really. I think most of the time I look at it one of two ways to fill in weaknesses, get that second player at the position if I need it, get that category if I need it. And then secondarily, I like bullpen shots late. And you look at this, you got Jonathan Hernandez in the 29th round, you got Chris Martin in the 29th round, Yimi Garcia, who was mentioned, Crochet. Like a lot of these power arms in particular, they give you the strikeouts an inning, if not more than that. The ratios are solid. If they're their ninth guy on your staff, hey, it's good. The thing that happens in season is when that closer happens. If Jose Leclerc blows his arm out and Jonathan Hernandez is next man up, there goes 30% of your budget to add him. There goes the number one waiver wire priority to add him. In this case, if you draft him in the 29th round, you don't have to mess with that. You already got the guy.
And one thing I'll throw in here of a team that I liked their in-game would be the FanDuel squad, Brian Huss. I think he could use some pitching. And if you look at his starting rotation, I mean, he's got Jamison Talion, Tristan McKenzie, Michael Pineda is in there, James Paxton. These are all question mark guys. So look what he did at the end. He added more question marks. But some of these guys are going to hit. He's got Severino. He's got Rich Hill. He's got Carlos Martinez, Hunter Harvey, and Garrett Richards. He just blew it out with starting pitching at the end because he looked at what he drafted earlier and said, well, man, I got a lot of talent with somebody like Talion or McKenzie or Pineda, but I don't have a lot of consistency or guys that I can just lock in and load. So at the end of his draft, seriously, the last 5 picks were all guys who he's just hoping to get maybe 10 to 15 good starts out of this year.
Makes sense. Definitely makes sense. All right. Well, as we continue our coverage here, we're looking at some of the late round picks for the FSGA Experts Draft. When we come back, we're going to bring in from Sport Radar, Brandon Warren. We were a little hard on him for the beginning of his draft, and then we kind of softened up a little bit more towards the middle. We saw the plan being put into effect. We'll get his thoughts on the start of his team when we return. It's the FSGA Draft. Howard Bender, Steve Phillips, Ray Flowers, Kyle Elfrink here on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Clear.
And here's the thing. In that 28th round, is Hunter Harvey a 20-save guy in the 28th round?
Could be.
Maybe.
Might be a 20-inning guy, too.
And like Garrett Richards are good. Garrett Richards is not a bad pick for the 29th round.
Yeah.
Nope.
I think Carlos Martinez is cooked, but why not take a shot on him?
He pitched winter ball the other day, and he actually threw pretty well down. I was watching that.
I liked his mugshot from the party or whatever. He looked like Eazy-E on a motorcycle.
They were filming a video, Ray.
Oh, okay. Was it Boys in the Hood? What were they doing?
I love it. He's driving the motorcycle.
Didn't he look like Eazy-E? I don't know. Maybe it's just
yeah.
me.
He's wired a little differently than most of them. I think that drives the team crazy.
They actually, Sports Radar bounced back a little bit.
Yeah.
Because Cole and Greinke, not Jansen I don't love there, but Marco Gonzalez and Keuchel and Stroman.
I like where he got Chris Bryant in the 10th round.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like that a lot. I like the Stroman pick. I love the Tapia pick. That's a 300 hitter in the 17th round.
Potentially, yep. David Dahl, 2020? No, maybe not.
Maybe.
What is that? That's
Arise
20 games in the
hitter.
next 20 years he plays? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but I tell you what, for $3 million.
Yeah, take that
Texas.
shot.
I like that pick. Heck yeah.
Almost all of us on the back end I like. Willie Adamas, Ariza, Dahl.
Jeffers, that back. Here's the thing. They're going to split time. Garver and Jeffers are going to be 50-50-ish.
He's got them both.
Yeah.
So he went the one catcher, two position strategy.
Well, get the love fest out of your system now. He tweeted out that dad jokes are bad jokes.
Yeah.
Right,
so he's already
not
criticized
wrong.
us here.
I mean, is anybody disputing that?
Wait, what? Wait, what do you say? Wait, is there something I'm missing?
These are the best jokes ever. All time.
1 minute.
Hey, Steve. Randall Grichuk, is he going to play every day?
No, extra outfielder.
Yeah, right?
Extra outfielder. Yeah, the other guy that Andy Spiteri sniped Jim Bowden on. Jim Bowden loves Lourdes Gurriel Jr.
Yes.
And he sniped him on that guy too. Yeah, I bet JB would probably think that he missed out on a couple of guys.
Yeah, but I mean, would he have taken Gurriel there?
No, he wouldn't have taken him there.
He needed the pitching. He needed that bad.
You're right about that. Yeah, and he wouldn't have taken. I mean, he couldn't have taken Karinchak. He needed another starter there too.
Stand by.
The pitch swung on and blasted to left. High and deep, back goes Gamble, and that ball is gone. JT Realmuto goes back-to-back with Rhys Hoskins. It's his 8th homer of the year, and the Phillies now lead it 7-2.
You're listening to the FSGA Fantasy Baseball Experts Draft on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Welcome back in, everybody. It's our coverage here of the FSGA Experts Draft 14-teamer 5x5 rotisserie league. Standard 5x5 categories. Runs scored, home runs, RBI, batting average on the hitting side, on the pitching side, wins, strikeouts, saves, whip, and ERA. You can catch the full draft board at rtsports.com/FSGA National. You can also catch the board over at SiriusXM Fantasy on the old Twitter machine. Speaking of the old Twitter machine, scathing remarks came out from our next guest from Sport Radar, our good friend and former colleague of mine from back in the day over at Fangraphs, Brandon Warren. Brandon, you're not a fan of dad jokes, so I'll just come right out and say I hope you finish in last place. How's that?
No, I'm kidding. I love dad jokes. I was just teasing. I have a 3-year-old going on 4, and I tell dad jokes with the best of them. So I actually love them.
Yeah. It's right in your wheelhouse right now. No question about that. So we had fun. I got to tell you, we had fun following along with your draft. So Garrett Cole first. How surprised were you that he fell to you as the third pitcher, that Bieber went before him? And then the strategy was really clear. You were going to get speed. You got the catcher early. You added power. What was more surprising for you? Cole there at that selection, Greinke there in the 7th round, or Chris Bryant in the 10th round?
Probably Greinke, and I know my strategy was probably much maligned, maybe more so than anybody but Jim Bowden. But honestly, I went into round 1 hoping to take a bat, maybe a dynamic offensive shortstop, but with Cole there, I just couldn't leave him at that spot. And then my strategy pitching-wise, at least for most of it, was take veteran guys, because with the innings ramp-up that we're going to have this year, you can't necessarily trust the kids as much. So I was pretty strict on guys that I thought would get innings this year, Cole and Greinke. I think Stroman, even though he didn't pitch last year, he'll be up there. Keuchel, Marco Gonzalez, I think, is kind of a sleeper. So I tried to be very disciplined until later in the draft when I went a little bit younger.
We talked a lot about the first 10 or so rounds of your draft, Brandon. Let's move a little bit deeper into it. And we commented on the live stream with a couple of names that you took in the 17th and the 22nd round in the outfield. Ramil Tapia and David Dahl. Talk to us about those two guys, because at various points in time over the last couple of years, they're both with the Rockies. There was a lot of excitement. But it does seem like, hey, maybe it happens this year, and if it does, you probably have some great value there.
Yeah. I went not only for bounce back guys, but at that point in my board, I didn't have that many outfielders. And so it kind of became, I don't know if you'd call it post-hype or whatever, but batting average I feel like is going to be kind of hard to come by. So Tapia right there, I heard some reports coming out of camp that they think he could be a batting title contender. And then from that point too, David Dahl, again, we all can be tantalized by the talent. And at round 22, it's not a throwaway pick, but it's a gamble that I think is a good one. And I can move some guys around. If Bryant gets some outfield time, that'd be good for me. And I think that Louis Arise, I know you guys were talking about the Twins left field situation. If he gets in the outfield, that's even more diversification for me. So, the outfield was a little bit wild there, but I went late with some high upside flyers, I think.
Brandon Warren is with us. Brandon, Kyle Elfrink here, and I will not shy away. Early on, I was critical of the start. I love Cole. I love Cole at 1. I understand why you had to take him, and then kind of lost the script for me, I guess, in rounds 2, 3, 4, and maybe even 5 and 6. But love the end. Absolutely love the end. Ray was just talking about the end. I think you killed it at the end. The question I've got, and it kind of goes back to the Real Muto thing. A, why did you take Real Muto in that third round? And B, you got both twin catchers near the end of your draft. So you've got 3 catchers on this roster. Do you plan to carry 3 catchers, you think, most of the year?
Yeah, I think so, because I'm going to need to mix and match based on what Rocco does with Garver and Jeffers. Obviously, Jeffers was impressive down the stretch when Garver was first injured, and then, he got off to a slow start, and you don't have a lot of time in 60 games to get back to it. So I think I probably will carry 3 catchers. With Real Muto, it was kind of how the board lined up. Obviously there's lots of guys there that you really like. And I like that he's going to be kind of balanced all around, and, he's kind of the consensus number 1. And it, to me, is almost a little bit like 2 quarterback leagues, though obviously I'm not going to reach for a quarterback as much as I did for a catcher here. But I wanted to really be rooted with 2 catchers that I trusted, just because as one of my first expert leagues and one of my first 2 catcher leagues, it's kind of a perfect storm of not knowing how the board would play out. And I wanted to definitely have some kind of tent pole or anchor in that spot. So, I was listening to you guys and I was like, oh man, I'm getting killed here. But I think it was okay.
I tried to defend you. Listen, Brandon, I came to your defense.
True story.
Thank you.
He was fired by the Mets, by the way, Brandon.
Who wasn't?
I did give Bobby Bonilla a lifetime annuity, so which extends 1 year beyond Fernando Tatis's 14-year contract.
I heard about that. Yeah.
Steve Phillips was thinking about 2037 before anybody was.
Yeah. See, you got to get out in front of this stuff.
Yeah.
Well, Brandon, thank you so much for joining us, man. Really appreciate it. And I'm just busted, man. I wishing you all the luck in the world in this league. It's going to be a tough one, man. So best of luck to you, and thanks for your time, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Brandon Warren from Sport Radar. You can follow him on Twitter at Brandon_Warren, WARNE. All right, well, cruising through this draft, we're going to be wrapping up our coverage here of the FSGA 14-teamer. Again, you guys can keep following on the live stream. We're going until 8 p.m. Eastern. When we come back, want to take a look. We've got the Monday draft. We've got tonight's draft here. Let's put them side by side and see if we can't find some stark differences and maybe see where the better bargain landed. So stick around. There's more to come here. Howard Bender, Steve Phillips, Ray Flowers, and Kyle Elfrink here on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Clear.
One thing that's interesting is Scott Engel only has 4 outfielders, and it's a 5-outfielder league.
Must have somebody who can
Who
float
else does
around.
he have?
I'm looking. I'm trying to find it. Who is it?
Angle.
Who am I missing? Birdie?
Birdie.
Maybe?
Does J.D. Davis qualify? Brian Anderson might.
Anderson doesn't, but does Moore?
Dylan Moore definitely does.
Right?
Yeah, he's got him. He's actually listed as an outfielder on the board. He's got Buxton.
Okay.
He's got a Rosarena, Buxton, Moore, Santander. That's
It's
it.
Birdie.
Birdie or J.D. Davis, maybe, right?
It's Birdie. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, maybe J.D. Davis.
It's only 7 games too. Birdie's got to have qualified. I'm driving a cramp here, but he's got to. Let's see.
I'll look him up right now.
Yeah.
Birdie.
16.
16?
Okay.
Yeah.
And what about Davis? What did Davis?
How much is Birdie going to play this year?
Well, it's the hard thing to take a guy because he could steal 20 bases, right, and not have a full-time role.
Right.
And so I think he's a. Go ahead, Howard.
No, I was just going to say J.D. Davis, 8 games, so he qualifies in the outfield.
I think that Birdie's a really good NL only play in the mixed league. It's tough because he might generate the value to support the pick, but it's tough to roster him because you're just not getting the other categories.
Howard, I'm writing down some of these compare and contrast stuff from the other night. So I've got a few of these where perhaps
I don't
it's
see that
notable.
other night draft, so I'll try to piggyback on comparisons, but I don't have the actual comparisons to look at.
Yeah, here's some notes. Kluber went 4 rounds earlier tonight. Chris Davis, undrafted Monday, 27th round tonight. Josh Hader went 2 rounds after Hendricks on Monday. Now he goes before Hendricks tonight. Yeah. Joey Votto, round 18 on Monday, round 25 tonight.
Ooh, love that for the 25th round.
It's not a points league, Kyle.
I know. But didn't you see he's...
or an OBP league, Kyle.
Didn't you see, though, he's done taking pitches?
Yeah,
he says he's finished with that.
Come on.
This is the Fantasy Baseball Experts Draft, part of FSGA Draft Week on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio.
All right, welcome back in, everybody. Howard Bender, Steve Phillips, Kyle Elfrink, and Ray Flowers. Wrapping up the FSGA Experts Draft tonight. Don't forget, you can go and listen on the app. You can listen to on the SiriusXM app. You can listen to Monday's draft. And catch all the dialogue there. That was Kyle, me, Jim Bowden, and Kyle. Who else was with us on that one there?
The legend, Lenny
The
Melnick.
legend. Who could forget the legend, Lenny
You
Melnick?
just did.
I did.
So
you can listen to that. You can listen to the prop bets and futures draft from Tuesday night. You can also listen to the panel discussion from the FSGA on sports betting in America. That was Wednesday. And then tomorrow, don't forget, 4 p.m. Eastern, the Fantasy Sports for All panel discussion focusing on diversity and inclusion. So what I wanted to do is, since we had 2 14-team experts drafts here, I wanted to take a look at some of the notable differences between Monday's draft and today's draft. And Kyle, you being the eager beaver that you are, you have a couple of noticeable differences that you'd like to share.
Yes, I have been chopping wood throughout the evening to get you these numbers.
Chop that wood, Kyle. Chop that wood.
David Price went at the very beginning of round 11 a few nights back. He goes near the middle of round 13 tonight. Corey Kluber was about 4 rounds more expensive tonight. He was at the beginning of round 15 on Monday. He was round 11 here. Chris Sale, we talked about him earlier, much more expensive tonight, from 17.6 to pick 14.11. Chris Bryant, kind of a bargain this evening. He was middle of the 8th round on Monday night. He goes early in the 10th round here. Fairly significant difference between Noah Syndergaard on Monday versus Thursday. Monday, he was picked 17.9. Tonight, he was picked 21.2. Cabrian Hayes, his improvement was about 3 rounds tonight. He went from round 12 to round 9. Yordan Alvarez was about 2.5 rounds more expensive tonight than he was on Monday. German Marquez had a fairly significant upcharge today. He was an early 20th round pick on Monday. He was the first pick of round 16 here tonight. And then Joey Votto was also a guy with a huge differential. round 18. I think it was the end of round 18 on Monday. And tonight, Ray, Joey Votto, 6th pick of the 25th round.
Yeah, Joey Votto, I mean, he's got Hall of Fame numbers. He's not that hitter anymore. We were joking during the break with the live stream that he has said that he's going to stick with the stroke he used in the second half. He's going to continue to try to drive the baseball, understanding that his skills aren't quite where they once were. And he is a potential, I think, really an injury filler in a league of this size as the corner infield option, but as a reserve round pick, obviously fine to do.
Yeah, just with batting average, it's a batting average league now. And on base percentage, we know he walks. He's got a great job of working the count. It was just so odd because he was always a guy that didn't hit for power and would work the count and would look for line drives. And last year, it was about the home run. He was almost looking to launch the baseball. And we saw the walks, still at 37 walks last year and a 354 on base. But that's a 130-point differential between his batting average and his on-base percentage. So, look, I guess if he's, the reality is, though, I think he's more of a 250 hitter now, a 260 hitter now than what he used to be. And I think that therein lies the challenge. But for that deep into the draft, why not take a flyer and see if he can't reclaim some of that offense? Because he is critical if Cincinnati's going to do anything this year. He's going to have to produce better than he's done the last couple of years.
And sometimes when you get that late in the draft, because everything Steve said is utterly correct, but in the 25th round, is anybody taking Joey Votto's job? Like, I don't think it really happens. Like, this will always be a guy that you can turn to for an injury fill-in just to get you through a week, if an injury were to happen. So that's kind of the safety with Votto, is I would assume he's the first baseman come hell or high water for the Cincinnati Reds.
As opposed to, say, somebody like Chris Davis, who lands with the Texas Rangers, and who knows what his role is going to be over there. Undrafted Monday, 27th round tonight. Looking at a guy like Votto with a potential bounce back or hope for that, you grab a guy like Chris Davis, you hope he's going to swing for the fences, although the park doesn't say much for that. Is it easier to take that chance with the offensive weapons like one of those guys, or do you take that shot on Kluber? Listen, I get it. It's not a great ballpark to throw in New York. And we saw Kluber throw, 2 pitches last year, and then his arm fell apart. So, I mean, is there more risk, less risk with hitters who are just dying right now like Davis, or a guy like Kluber?
For me, I would take Kluber over a guy like Davis just because he has really deteriorated over the last few years. He's always had an odd approach, has Chris Davis, where it's, he really doesn't use his bottom half that much in his swing. And going to a new team, change the scenery, but, he's a kind of easygoing guy. And I think that it just feels to me that he's lost something in his game, where Kluber is nasty. Like he's got a look on his face. He's got to go out there and compete. I watched Kluber in spring training, but last spring training, he looked great. CJ Nikowski is a broadcaster. He's on our show, and he's the Rangers broadcaster. He watched him all year last year. He said, man, he looks really good. He looks like Kluber again. Kluber's delivery looks smooth and easy in Yankees camp right now. And the Yankees strength and conditioning coach, Eric Cressy, is also the guy that conditioned Kluber to get him ready this year. So they know him better than anybody else. So I like the Kluber risk better than I like the Chris Davis risk.
Yeah, and I think in this day and age, you can turn anywhere. Like, turn left, turn right, and find a guy that hits 230 with 27 home runs. Like, those guys are kind of everywhere. And with the fall that Steve mentioned there with Chris Davis, yeah, that's kind of who you have to look at him being. Now, maybe Kluber, like you said, Howard, doesn't throw pitches. Maybe he's hurt again. Maybe it's a mess. But the thing that people always spend on in free agency, the thing that they're always falling over themselves to get in free agency is, number one, the closer, when that role changes. But number two, it's the pitcher. People, they maybe it's a 2-start week and they pick him up and then they hold on to him and keep rolling with them. But those kind of hitters that go 1 for 4 and pop a home run every 23 at bats, seemingly those guys are always around if you want to make a trade or pick them up off the waiver wire.
Now you bring up the closer situation tonight. Josh Hader, he's the number one closer off the board. On Monday, Kyle, he went 2 rounds after Liam Hendricks, who, now he's sitting here. But Hendricks went in round 5 tonight. So the question there, number one closer in the game. I mean, it's a volatile position here, but I mean, would you have, if it came down to you and you were drafting the closer, Are you Hader? Are you Hendricks? Do you have a preference?
I was very anti-Hendricks last season, and he shoved it in my face. He looked great. I will not make that mistake again this year. Now, I'm not going to draft either guy. I don't get into the early reliever pool. But if I had to choose one, I'm going Hendricks. I look at Hader, and I just know when you're throwing as hard as he does, and now you're in the 4th or 5th year of doing that, I'm kind of expecting some fraying for Josh Hader. And they do have another option if there is some fraying. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of the 2-inning stuff with Hader. I don't know if he can be that anymore. We saw last year that if you just got, last 2 years really, if you just got the bat on the ball, and I know it's not easy, but if you got the bat on the ball against Josh Hader, you got hits. You got big hits. And I think as he ages and guys see him more, and obviously the arm just wears a little more, I think Hader is going to be more disappointing this year than success this year.
Steve, how about you? Where do you sit on
Yeah, I'm
closers?
taking Hendricks over Hader, too, in many ways, because I think that he's pitching for a better team. And he's going to have a lot more opportunities to win games and get saves. And so I think the White Sox are going to be better than Milwaukee is. And so I think in the save category, he's there. Hendricks gets a lot of swings and misses. He's a bulldog, a workhorse. Hader's fastball velocity dropped a little bit last year, and he's not exactly the same guy. Still pretty good. And he may get traded, and the team he gets traded to may use him as a secret weapon. And not a save, not a closer. And so I think you have to keep that in mind, too, where Hendricks isn't going anywhere. He's the 9th inning guy for the White Sox.
Ray, finish it off here. Hader or Hendricks?
I would go with Hendricks as well for all the reasons discussed here. Hader, as we've heard, could get dealt, and that's the biggest issue. How does that affect him? What's the role with his new team? It's possible a big-level team brings him on at the end of the season, and they put him in a setup role for the dominance he can bring. So I would also go with Mr. Hendricks.
All right, clean sweep there
1 minute.
all around, right? Orange whip, 3 orange whips. Everybody in on Liam Hendricks. All right, well, I guess that's going to kind of wrap it up for us. Do you guys have a pick of your favorite team that you've gone through here of the 14? Anybody?
Oh, yeah, I do. Jim Bowden. Jim Bowden representing Sirius XM. Jim
my
Bowden
guy right there.
is my guy.
Steve
Jim
Phillips. Come on
Yep.
now.
Yeah.
My
Followed by
favorite
Fantasy Alarm.
My favorite player to watch,
30.
AJ Pollock, trying to play a game in the month of June for the first time since 2015. He has not played a single game in June in over 5 years.
Would be impressive. Ray, final thought?
I loved how Eric Carabell kept double tapping all the way through. 2-2-2-2-2. Something you can do on the turn.
There you go. That's going to do it for us. Big thanks to our friends at SiriusXM, Ani Sreeder, Ty Schatt, Dan Servadidio for producing, John and Pemba, the Fantasy Alarm team, for the live stream. That's going to do it for us today. For Kyle, Steve, and Ray, I'm Howard Bender. Thanks for listening to SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio.